Welcome to the Sweet and Swoony Romance Audiobook channel. I'm author Ellie Hall, and you are about to tune into Lassoing the Cowboy's Heart, written by me and narrated by Lorana. It is the second book in the Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance series, and if you haven't already done so, I encourage you to listen to or read the first book in the series, Rustling the Cowboy's Heart. In addition to the love story, there is a slight mystery element that gets resolved after the third book. So the first 3 books should be listened to or read in order, and then after that, there are a total of 8 books. You can do them in any order. So I hope that you sit back, kick up your feet, and enjoy this listening experience.
Lassoing the Cowboy's Heart, Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance Series, Book 2, by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2020. Narrated by Lorana Hupps. Audio copyright 2022. Chapter 1. Hattie. Hattie Swan felt about as small as one of the mustard seeds on the plants growing wild in the field behind the market. It wasn't that she was especially short. She was medium height. No, it was because a customer asked to speak to her parents. She was turning 30 that year, and her parents were dead. But that wasn't what made her feel small. It was that she'd backed down. The guy had been rude from the moment he stepped through the glass door with the jingling bell. She'd greeted him. He'd ignored her. No big deal. However, he'd then rustled around the market, banging and shuffling things on shelves. He complained loudly that there wasn't any freshly brewed coffee. It was after 7 p.m. She'd rung up his order and said, "That will be $19.24, please." He dug in his wallet and tossed $19 on the counter, followed by 2 dimes. She cleared her throat and repeated the amount, even though it was on the lit-up display of the cash register. He tossed, no, threw a penny at her, then demanded to speak to her parents, manager, the owner. No response fell from her tongue. Even after 11 years, she couldn't utter the words about her parents, the rightful owners of Swan's Family Market in Smuggler's Springs, Texas. The rude customer left in a huff, leaving her 3 pennies short, mumbling about how she was a stupid little girl. 3 cents may not have seemed like much to many, but 3 cents with each customer, or even over the course of the day, added up, and the market wasn't in any shape to lose another penny. As the guy sped out of the parking lot, Hattie remained behind the register, forcing herself not to feel crushed under his boot. She forced herself not to focus on how the business was struggling. She turned her attention to the photograph tucked on her side of the till. It was of her mother and father, Nina and Greg Swan. "What do I do?" she asked. Of course, no answer came. Hattie's gaze drifted to the cross around her mother's neck. Yeah, I know. I should pray. I should ask Jesus what to do." She shook her head. Hattie hadn't bowed before the Lord since he took her mom and dad. She couldn't bring herself to do so. He'd robbed her of her family, her future, and on most days, her life outside the 4 walls of the building with its chipped red paint. All she did was manage the market, days, nights, and weekends, except Sundays. That was her singular day of rest. Since running the place was all on her shoulders, she usually did bookwork, compiled orders, and various other tasks to prepare for the new week that day anyway. Most of the time, she felt underwater. It didn't help that rain dripped from the sky in buckets. "Great, I'll get drenched when I take out the trash before we close," she grumbled. She was glad Dakota was in the back restocking and couldn't hear her talking to herself. Checking the time, Hattie started on the closing routine. Even though she still had half an hour to go, she could practically do the cleaning and prep work for the next day in her sleep. As she rounded the wooden counter, the door jingled. Aubrey, her bestie since 3rd grade when they'd fought over a gummy worm, entered. She marched straight toward the penny candy display and plucked a gummy bear from the jar. After the girls had waged tug-of-war on the gummy worm, then subsequently sent each half flinging through the air and onto Mrs. Monson's desk, they'd sworn them off. Instead, they'd become besties over gummy bears. By coincidence, they each brought some to the other the next day as an apology. Their mothers made them do it, but it cemented their friendship forever. Hattie always ate the red ones, while Aubrey preferred the yellows. Glad to see you're not cheating on me with the new gas-and-go station on the edge of town. Well, I know where to get my sugar fix. Aubrey winked and popped another gummy bear in her mouth. Hattie closed the jar. She couldn't afford to give away free samples. My dad said the gas at the gas-and-go is almost $1 cheaper than at Mike's, Aubrey said, referring to the old gas station that doubled as a service and repair garage for cars. Well, Mike has a family to feed, so he has to charge a bit more. Hattie didn't, but she understood the economic reality of a small business during trying times. My sister was babysitting over there, and Mrs. Johnson is pregnant with their 6th. Can you imagine 6 kids? Aubrey slid her head back and forth. And soon he'll have another mouth to feed, meaning that's where I'll buy my gas, Hattie said, coming out from around the wooden counter. Aubrey sat down on it. It's October. Why are you wearing shorts? Technically, it was over 60 degrees earlier, but one of those new green power drinks sprayed all over me and it looked suspicious. Suspicious like you wet your pants? Aubrey stifled laughter. Hattie huffed. Yes. Anyway, don't look. I need to shave my legs, Hattie said, suddenly self-conscious. Well, you ought to. Did you hear that the Cowboys are back in town? She tried not to jerk her head in Aubrey's direction. The whole band? Hattie asked, referring to the musical quartet that had been the soundtrack to her life. If you're asking about Duke, yes, Aubrey smirked. He's probably getting married like the rest of the Ritchies. Hattie walked toward the storage closet to get the broom. She'd gone to Parker and Amelia's wedding just over a week ago. In fact, she'd caught the bridal bouquet. It was a lovely affair and the talk of the town. Now replaced by the news of the band returning home, something they hadn't even done for Clay's funeral. Aubrey slipped off the counter and slung her arm around Hattie's shoulder. We both know your crush on the country singer is still going strong. Every girl had a crush on him. Notice I used the past tense. Hattie shrugged off Aubrey's arm and started sweeping. Oh, I think that flame is burning. Aubrey grabbed one more gummy bear and tossed one to Hattie. Ever since Aubrey had played Cupid with her cousin and a guy she'd met in college, she considered herself a matchmaker. She had a blog and social media accounts about making love connections. She was even in talks to create a dating app for Christian singles. Oh, come on, have some hope. Chances are he's been on tour with a bunch of stinky guys and would be happy to see you. I don't think Duke even knows I exist. Hattie sighed. The thing was, Aubrey wasn't wrong about the crush. It was still very much alive and well. Even saying Duke's name aloud sent butterflies fluttering in her belly. Duke Ritchie was what her mother had called a heartthrob. Aubrey called a hottie, and Hattie called impossible. She was a country mouse. He was a country star. It was never happening. But a girl could dream. Aubrey said goodbye, promising to text later if she heard anything else about the band and their lead singer. Most small towns had a gossip grapevine, but the one in Smuggler's Springs was called the Pipeline, probably because of the various oil derricks, mostly on the Coles property. Rumor had it the Ritchies had oil, but the late Carolyn Ritchie made them promise not to drill unless they were desperate. Rumor also had it that the Ritchie family was desperate. Even though Hattie ran the town's market, the centerpiece of the pipeline, she kept her mouth closed even if she couldn't help but have her ears open. Just then, she followed them to the back room where Dakota, her singular employee, sang along to the country song on the stereo. Dakota peered out from around a box of oatmeal. "We should be good to go on the granola supplies for a while." "Great, thanks, Dakota." Cowboy Crunch was her grandmother's recipe and harkened back to the days when she'd send a bag of the homemade granola out with her husband, who'd spend the day on the range, tending to the cattle and grounds. Hattie followed the same recipe every Sunday, preparing bags of it from scratch. The one time she'd burned the batch, the town was in an uproar. Usually, the supply was gone by Monday evening. Dakota turned the stereo louder when a Cowboy's song came on. "Did you hear they're back in town?" Hattie nodded. She'd heard all right, and if the fluttering inside starting in her belly and moving all the way to her knees and elbows was any indication, she felt it too. "I bet this old CD will be a collectible someday." Dakota waved the case. Yes, she still had their CD. Fine, she also had a flyer from one of their barn shows in her scrapbook. To say she was a secret fangirl was an understatement. They played music at a festival in Austin every summer, and she had 10 t-shirts to show for it. Dakota's phone beeped with a text. "That's the babysitter." She was a single mother. No one knew her full story, other than she started attending church every week with a baby in her arms. "Is Rowdy okay?" "Yeah, just fussy. We've started a new bedtime routine." "Dakota, why don't you head home so you can get him to sleep so you're not frettin'? We only have 15 more minutes until we close for the day. If I remember correctly, you also have a date tonight." Hattie did not. Never did. She was always alone at school dances, went to the prom with one of her friends, and hardly had time for anything after her parents died. Dakota objected, but Hattie insisted. "I can handle the popcorn. Go on." She smiled. "And I'd like to hear how things go with you and Nate." Dakota's cheeks hinted at a blush. "That name sounds familiar. Let me guess, it was Aubrey's doing." "You got it. Thanks, Hattie. I owe you 20 minutes. She smiled warmly. "On the phone tomorrow when I hear all about your love life." The two women laughed before Dakota ducked into the rain. Hattie was as adult as they came, but had grown up working at the market. In fact, her first memory was sitting on the counter while her mother Nina waited on customers and her father Greg manned the deli. He also made chili and the soup of the day. They carried a little bit of everything, including the penny candy, non-perishables, household items, as well as crafts and souvenirs made by local artisans. Smuggler's Springs saw some seasonal visitors. The parking lot hosted the farmers' market on Tuesdays and Saturdays too. But all the work it took to keep things going, even though her parents had the place running like a well-oiled machine, never left Hattie with time for much on her own. From the front, the door jingled, letting in a gust of cool air. She tugged on her father's old flannel and swiped on some cherry chapstick that she must have left in the pocket. The photos on the wall of her parents when they opened the market caught her eyes. She pushed the memories down. No, she didn't push them down. She couldn't. They were buried under the wreckage of the accident. Late one night, on their way back from Austin, a semi hit their truck. The driver had fallen asleep at the wheel. Her world exploded. It blew up the entire town. Smuggler's Springs had seen its share of tragedy, the death of the Swans among others. It was best for Hattie to just keep her head down, work hard, and not want for anything. Keeping the status quo meant she was safe, but she was also scared, and that was why she never followed her secret private dreams. She listened for the customer. The person browsed by the drinks cooler, so she quickly cleaned out the popcorn popper. They gave away a free bag of popcorn to all customers. It was one of her mother's ideas. Actually, Greg wanted to give out free ice cream because he said everyone loved ice cream. However, Nina argued that it wasn't financially smart, and in the winter it wasn't practical. She suggested free popcorn. Now that the market was Hattie's, she kept up the tradition along with a dozen others. She got the kernels and oil ready for the next day, so all she had to do was flip the switch when she went in bleary-eyed in less than 12 hours. As the machine beeped to power off, she heard a voice. No, not just any voice. A low, husky voice that drawled about dusky sunsets and lonely nights on the range. Hattie spun, knocked the broom over, toppling a basket of apples. Her limbs flew everywhere as she tried to stop them and stumbled. She tripped over the popcorn machine's wire. Trying to break her fall, she accidentally turned it on. The little door on the front was still open. She tried to get up to stop it, but it was tangled. Her arms caught in the two long sleeves of the flannel. On her backside, she looked up when a shadow blocked the bright light on the popcorn machine. He had a pouty lower lip, blue eyes, and medium brown hair. He did not have the Ritchie nose, but was a member of the family. Duke extended his strong, calloused hand to help her up. Tingles shot across her skin, sending the butterflies scattering like the popcorn that continued to burst from the machine. She let out a little groan of despair and delight in equal measure. "Hattie, right?" he asked. How'd he know her name? She wasn't just starstruck, she was love-struck. Chapter 2. Duke. Duke gazed at Hattie's beautiful honeysuckle eyes a moment longer. Song lyrics floated through his mind as he tried to capture the moment. The distinct sound of something popping nearby distracted him. He shook his head, coming out of a daze. He had a serious case of jet lag after the long trip back to Texas from Argentina. He was home, finally. But he still wasn't breathing easily because, before long, he'd be leaving again. It was like he ran a perpetual race without a finish line in sight. He'd never admit that the constant touring, the pressure, and the demands of being a musician exhausted him. Well, he'd talked to Cody a bit about it since they were best friends since day one. Otherwise, it was a secret. He was grateful for the opportunity to play music and adored the Cowboy's fans. But he'd hardly stopped in a decade. People thought country rock stars lived a posh life. Maybe so, but being on the road was a different story. Part of Duke craved home, yet he felt restless too. But why? He couldn't put his finger on it. A piece of popcorn bounced off his chin as he helped Hattie to her feet. His lips quirked toward a smile. "Are you okay?" he asked. Her cheeks were as red as the apples that had toppled over. Her lips, too. She nodded slightly as her eyes widened. "The popcorn," she croaked. She seemed dazed. Had she hit her head? They did an awkward dance as she tried to make her way to the popcorn machine to turn it off, and then to the checkout counter where a customer waited, tapping their long fingernails on the wooden counter and calling for assistance. "I'll get that," he said, thumbing the machine. She nodded numbly, dashing to the front of the market. Duke had no idea how to operate the contraption, so he simply pulled the plug. A broom lay on the ground, and he took 30 seconds to sweep the popcorn into a pile. A sharp laugh pulled his attention to the wooden counter. Duke could remember way back to when he could finally see over the thing. Lucy, his twin, and younger by about 4 minutes, had eclipsed him in height and took great pride in being able to see the cookie jar on the counter before he could. Fortunately, he'd gained well over a foot on her, and like most of the Ritchies, stood above 6 feet tall. "What do you mean you don't sell cigarettes?" the customer asked. Her back was to Duke. She had on a brown cardigan and unruly hair. "Business permits and taxes for one thing. Also, my grandfather had emphysema, so Hattie started. The customer hacked a cough. Duke discerned the end of Hattie's sentence easily enough. Likely, Mr. or Mrs. Swan had decided not to contribute to nicotine addiction in the grandfather's memory. "Fine, I'll go to the gas station on the edge of town. Their prices looked better anyway," the woman rasped. "Thanks for stopping in," Hattie said in a small voice. The woman stopped in front of a display of refrigerator magnets made of slate from the Treasure Hills and hand-painted with the town's name, an outline of Texas, and a little heart over the location of Smuggler's Springs. If memory served, Daisy Sanchez, one of his mother's friends, made them. "I'll take one of these," the woman said. Hattie smiled. "Are you from out of town?" The woman grunted. "Arizona, staying at the inn. Came for the autumn leaves." "Welcome to Smuggler's Springs." Hattie's voice was bright, kind. She rang up the cost for the magnet on the cash register. $12, please." Duke leaned against the post a few paces back from the customer. The lady passed Hattie a $20 bill. Hattie passed her the change and glanced at Duke. Her cheeks tinted as though only just then realizing he was still there. "This isn't right. You shorted me $1. Accusation slid from the woman's voice. Hattie's cheeks got darker. "There must be a mistake. I counted—" "Are you trying to rip me off? You see folks from out of town as pigeons to dupe?" "No, nothing like that at all." Hattie fluttered her hands, flustered. Duke stepped forward. "Howdy, ma'am." He nodded genially at the woman and tipped his cowboy hat. Her mouth worked open and closed as if she too was suddenly flustered. Likely, she recognized him. It was rare for him to go anywhere in Texas or the rest of the South without fans identifying him. They called him Duke Ritchie, King of the Cowboys. He didn't love the name, but it sure worked the ladies into a lather. "I cannot claim to be unbiased, because Smuggler's Springs is my hometown, and there are only a handful of dishonest people among us. However, I am certain Hattie isn't one of them," he said. "Well, I didn't mean anything by it," the woman replied, backtracking. "I'm sure you didn't. I reckon it's just a misunderstanding. As a third party, do you mind if I count those bills to be sure?" "Why, of course." The woman blushed and extended her arm with the money in hand. If Cody were there, he'd have teased Duke, saying the woman would have handed over her firstborn had he asked. Without meaning to, Duke Ritchie had that kind of charm. That's why the guys in the band said he made such a good frontman. "Ah, look, these two ones stuck together." Duke pulled them apart. "Thank you," the lady said. "Problem solved." Duke brushed his hands. "Thank you," the lady repeated. "Do you think you could sign one of those for me?" Duke shook his head. "I can't rightly deface American currency. However, I'd be happy to sign this." He plucked the receipt from the counter. "What's your name?" "Donna." He signed the back for her. The woman grabbed it greedily and then turned to leave. "Donna," he called. "Hang on. You forgot something," Duke called. She glanced at the small bag with the magnet, her purse with her change, and the receipt, all in hand. Duke angled an eyebrow. "An apology is in order." "What?" Donna asked. "Please apologize to Hattie." "Who?" The pretty girl behind the counter looked like she wanted to disappear. You're a guest in Smuggler's Springs and wrongfully accuse the market owner of stealing from you." "She can't possibly own the market. She looks like she's 12. Donna sneered. Hattie straightened. "I'm turning 30 this month, and yes, I own this place." The woman laughed. Duke's expression darkened. Donna cleared her throat. "Sorry." Then, as if her tail went between her legs, she scuttled out of the market. Hattie's honeysuckle eyes widened. Whether at Donna's audacity or Duke's insistence she apologized to Hattie, he wasn't sure. Despite the years on the road, his parents raised him with manners and to be a gentleman. A lot had changed, but not that. Anyway, Hattie was adorable, and she didn't look 12. More like she was in her early 20s, and not her late 20s. It would serve her well as she aged. He vaguely remembered her from around town and in high school. He frowned, wondering why he hadn't paid her more attention. However, back then, he was wrapped up in his own world. "Your birthday is this month?" Duke asked. She peeked at him from behind her glasses. "The 15th. "I'm the 17th. Lucy too, since we're twins and all." He figured she knew his sister, but didn't recall them being friends. He suddenly felt tongue-tied. "Happy early birthday." "The big 3-0, he chuckled. "Same." "We should have a party." "I have to work. Speaking of..." Hattie lifted onto her toes, peering over his shoulder. "Thanks for wrangling the popcorn machine." "If you have a dustpan, I'll clean up the rest of it." "No need, I got it." "I'm happy to help." Duke was on his way to see his parents and knew that when he got there, he'd crash. The flight and months of travel were catching up to him. Hattie came out from behind the counter. She was medium height, reaching his shoulder. Wearing a flannel and a pair of shorts, she reminded him of Daisy Duke, from his favorite show when he was growing up. He always thought it was cool that his parents named him after brothers Luke and Beau. Watching the old show was something he and his father did together on Thursday nights, all through his childhood. Duke blinked a few times. Hattie's shapely legs and curves were as beautiful as the Texas hills, and she had a smile just as wide. She must have caught him staring because her cheeks took on the hue of his mother's favorite flower, pink evening primrose. Hattie grabbed the dustpan and he reached for it at the same time. They bonked heads. "I'm sorry, so sorry," Duke said. "My sister always said I had a gigantic head." "No, I'm a klutz. That's common knowledge around these parts." "Is that so?" he asked in disbelief. She nodded and gestured around at the popcorn. "It's been a while since I've been around these parts." The corners of her lips tipped upward. "Nice to have you back." Duke's pulse jumped. "You think so? Or are you just being polite?" She fiddled with one of the double braids holding back her hair. For better or worse, Duke had been around the world and had seen many women, but it was rare to find them as fine as the ones back home. And as starstruck, he knew the glazed-over look in her eyes. She chewed her lip, gazing at him, then quickly darted her attention away. He took off his cowboy hat and picked up the broom, then swept a few lingering popcorn kernels into the pile. The strains of a familiar song playing in the background filtered into his awareness. "I like your choice of music," he said, pointing vaguely in the direction of the sound system in the market. She winced, as though embarrassed. "You don't need to bother with this. I was just getting ready to close up anyway." The clock showed that it was after 9 p.m. "Donna and her antics kept you late. I don't mind giving you a hand. I'd feel bad if I didn't." Duke also felt awful about missing his Uncle Clay's funeral just the month before. He'd been on tour with his band, and canceling the dates meant losing a lot of money. Money that everyone in the band, except for Dusty, agreed to donate to the Ritchie family. It was to contribute to restoring the ranch. He figured his cousins Parker and Tucker needed cash more than they needed him at what was sure to be a sad event. It was the least he could do. Also, canceling the concert would have been extremely complicated. In fact, that was one of the things that brought him home. He wanted to talk to his cousins about the contribution. Duke was the kind of guy that just kept on. He didn't stop to look around or feel his emotions. For better or worse, he let his music do the talking. He'd grown up on the family compound and hated to think the property would have to be sold or they'd lose it to foreclosure. At least those were the rumors coming from his mama's mouth. The Smuggler's Springs gossip pipeline was noisy, so he reckoned she knew what was going on. "Can I grab one of those sandwiches?" He pointed to the pre-made display by the deli counter. "I just got back to town." "That's your dinner?" "My parents are at some meeting or other, so I have to fend for myself." He joked. "You know my mom, Shawnee. If she heard I hadn't eaten, it would be 10 o'clock at night, and she'd put together a 7-course meal." Hattie smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She'd lost her parents suddenly, too soon. "Would you like to join me? I'll share half of my turkey sandwich." He winked. Her blush darkened. Hiding behind her glasses, she sprang to action, cleaning up and closing up. Duke insisted he help her. When he was younger, he'd spent enough time there, buying penny candy and cola, that he owed the Swans, well, Hattie now, a thorough cleaning of the space. After Hattie finally locked up, they went outside. The truck he rented sat beside her dusty Mustang. The rain had stopped, and the damp air had a crispness to it. "Nice wheels," he said, pointing to the Mustang. "Amelia and I match." Duke raised his eyebrows. She told him about Amelia and Parker's wedding, the street race that almost was, and Tucker's gift of the classic vehicle to his new sister-in-law. "And what about yours?" Duke gestured to the white Mustang hardtop circa the late 60s. "The Mustang? It was my—" She paused and cleared her throat. "I sold the truck after, then the Chevy when—" She cut off again. Likely she was having a tough time talking about losing her mother and father. He couldn't imagine how hard it was to lose parents. It was tough enough when his Aunt Carolyn passed away, and now his Uncle Clay too. Duke lowered the tailgate on the truck, wiped away the rain with a shirt he grabbed from his luggage, and hopped up. He patted the spot next to him, then passed Hattie half the turkey sandwich. "Thanks, I hadn't eaten anything other than a gummy bear." They chatted some more about the goings-on in Smuggler's Springs. The longer they sat together, something grew inside of Duke. Affection for his hometown. The clear air, the bright stars, and the way he felt grounded on that familiar soil. But also he felt affection for Hattie. He could have sat there and talked to her for hours. In fact, an hour had passed. How'd that happen? It had been a long time since he was home and wasn't thinking about when he was leaving again. What was going on? Hattie went on to tell him about Operation Rescue Ritchie Ranch. "But you probably know all about that." "Somewhat. You'll need to bring me up to speed. That's one reason I'm here. You probably know my mama. She can tell a story. Sometimes it's hard to separate fact from fiction." She gazed toward the sky where the clouds had parted to reveal a lacy pattern of stars. The light in the parking lot highlighted her perfect features. "One thing I know that's true is you're pretty, Hattie Swan. Anyone ever tell you that?" The words came as quickly and naturally as song lyrics, and he wasn't sorry. Nor did he want to take them back. Chapter 3. Hattie. As Hattie remained in Duke's presence, her face steadily got warmer and warmer, which meant her complexion must have gotten pinker and pinker. The last couple of hours were surreal. They'd gone from having a popcorn disaster to catching up like old friends. Now he'd said she was pretty? She adjusted her glasses. Sitting outside on a cool Texas night with Duke Ritchie left Hattie speechless. Despite the temperature and the shorts she wore, she was hot all over. She was with Duke Ritchie, the king of the smolder, the crooning country star, the Duke Ritchie. She'd been fantasizing about it since freshman year in high school before she realized he was way out of her league. Yet there they were, side by side on the tailgate of a shiny truck. His thigh was a hand's length away from hers. His elbow brushed her arm a couple of times. His spicy cinnamon scent filled her nose. "Out of my league, out of my league," she chanted inwardly. For goodness sakes, she still wore her deep brown hair in double braids. Nina, her mother, had Native American roots and grew up in Oklahoma. When they'd visit relatives, she noticed the girls like her wore their hair braided the same. Her mother had explained traditionally, some women wore their hair braided when they were single and then let it loose after they married. Hattie didn't think any more about it. That was how it had always been. After she showered every night, she braided her hair. It made it easier to get up and go the following day. Simple as that. Duke's words echoed in Hattie's mind.
"One thing I know that's true is you're pretty, Hattie Swan. Anyone ever tell you that?"
Finally, she found her voice. "No, no one ever has." Duke's pouty lower lip lifted. His gaze smoldered. She was a goner.
"Hard to believe, but I'll take the honor of being the first."
Without realizing it, she swung her legs back and forth under the tailgate of the pickup truck. Maybe she was 12 years old after all.
"So what about you?" Duke asked. "What have you been up to all these years? If I remember correctly, you were a runner, cross-country along with track and field."
Her legs went still. Hattie was a runner. Like prayer, she'd given up that too. "I could have gone to a state school on scholarship, but I stayed behind to help here." She dipped her head, unable to say more.
"Also, you were the valedictorian of our class. You gave an inspiring speech."
She bit her lip. "I'm surprised you remember."
"That bit about when life gives you lemons. That's not something you easily forget. Or the lemonade stand. After working on the ranch all day, that stuff was delicious."
"You can thank. She gave your mom the recipe." She being Nina, Hattie's mother. Replacing my mom with a pronoun was the closest she'd gotten to saying her name in a while. It was easier to keep words like mother and father damned behind her lips. It seemed impossible that Hattie avoided speaking directly about her parents for about a decade, but she'd done it. As time went on, the wooden reinforcements that kept her pain barricaded splintered. It wasn't that she wanted to erase them, quite the opposite. She knew that speaking their names would bring them to life in a way, but they were gone. Nothing could change that. Hattie couldn't let the dam break. Nothing would bring them back. The thoughts of the pain that would come by fully acknowledging that made her fear drowning in raging rapids of emotion.
"You were so smart, so much potential. You really wanted to stay here?"
The gentle challenge in Duke's voice prompted her stomach to churn. She shrugged in response to his question. "It's not so bad." Because they'd been so still, the overhead light in the parking lot went dark, as if objecting to her comment. She couldn't help but feel she was meant for something more. Instead, she was stuck. Hattie had wasted her talents, giving up her education and not going to college. It was something she fought with nearly every day. But what was worse was that she didn't pursue her passion, photography. Whether she'd gone to school or turned her hobby into something more was irrelevant. She had to work and keep the market going.
"I couldn't wait to get out of this one-light town."
Duke gazed toward the horizon. Her chest pinched. And he probably couldn't wait to leave again. Likely he was only back because he'd missed the funeral. He'd hit the trail again soon. For that reason, like a photograph, she captured that moment seated with him as the nearly dark moon rose in the dark sky. Only he didn't move off the tailgate. Rather, he settled back, hammocking his head in his hands and turning his attention upward.
I forgot what the stars out here are like.
Hattie glanced up and made a wish on the first star she saw. The wish I wish tonight is that this doesn't end, whatever it is.
So what else did I miss?
Duke asked. She shrugged. Not much. Things just seem to roll on like tumbleweed here in Smuggler's Springs.
Is that a bad thing?
You tell me. You were the one eager to get out of Dodge. Duke smirked guiltily.
So you're perceptive, intelligent, pretty, and single-handedly run a market. Is there a cowboy in your life?
Hattie had angled herself so she was leaning against the side of the truck, facing Duke. Her insides lurched. She shook her head slowly. He sat up.
I find that hard to believe. I think you have secrets hidden away up there.
He tapped her temple.
And in here.
He moved his hand toward her heart, but headlights swept across his face and he pulled back. Now she couldn't avoid his blue-eyed gaze. The guy could strut sitting down. He tilted his head to look at her.
Aside from the valedictorian thing, I know you don't let on how smart you are. You could have left. Let that brilliant mind of yours take you around the world.
His voice was low, like he was telling her a secret. It was one she knew all too well. Duke's comment flattered and flummoxed Hattie all at once. How did he know that she was smart, and how desperately she wanted to leave the small town? Yes, she wanted to use her mind. Yes, she wanted to see the world. If I left, well, I didn't want to upset what they'd worked for.
Your parents?
Hattie nodded.
You can let everyone know how smart you are, what you want.
He spoke like someone who was looking in the rearview mirror, someone who'd done the brave thing. The problem was, if Hattie was to do that, first she'd have to tell herself those things, then believe them, then take action. Easier said than done, she muttered. Despite the low sales at the market, the reason they were still afloat was because Hattie was a math whiz. Numbers were like her native language. In fact, when she was taking photographs, it was less about the object she saw, but the geometry of how it fit in space, how she captured it in relation to other people, the background, or things. She was business savvy and could have gone far, but she also was afraid if she left, she'd fully lose her mom and dad. Another set of headlights beamed. The vehicle braked sharply, disrupting the moment. The streetlight came on, flooding the parking lot.
Here comes the welcoming committee,
Duke muttered. Hattie's eyebrow arched as Rex Cole got out of his big red truck and sauntered over like the mayor of the town.
Or not,
Duke said in a low voice.
Look what we have here. The legendary Duke Ritchie is back in town for a few hours and is already trying to make a move on one of our girls.
Don't be an idiot and don't be rude, Duke spat. Hattie's other eyebrow lifted as she dropped onto the ground from the truck's tailgate.
Figures you'd try to find yourself a girl to shack up with while you're in town.
With near impossible speed, Duke launched himself at Rex.
You come here for a Smuggler's Springs handshake?
Hattie had seen a brawl or two in a parking lot when a local forgot their honor and needed reminding of how the good old boys handled things, with strength and fists. Rex tried to shove Duke off, but he had the guy by the shirt.
So quick to defend her. It must be true, then,
Rex sneered. Hattie may not have been able to talk about her parents, or stand up to the customer who'd been a jerk earlier, but she was a woman of faith, virtue, and honor, even though she wasn't a good old boy. "Rex Cole, this is private property. I recommend you hold your tongue and leave before I call the sheriff." Duke glanced at her.
"I don't think Rex has a problem trespassing."
The guy grunted. "Then I recommend you hold your tongue and leave before I make sure you regret ordering a coffee, muffin, or anything edible at this market again." The guy balked for a moment and then said,
"Well, the gas and go is better anyway."
Hattie couldn't afford to lose business, but Rex had gone too far. "You do that. If I do see or hear you come around here again—"
"Oh, you'll be hearing from me."
Rex shrugged Duke off and glowered in their direction before stalking to his truck. Duke's broad shoulders lifted and lowered as if he was discharging his antagonism. He called after Rex.
"Why did you stop here anyway? Heard you were in town. Wanted to warn you to watch it. You too, Hattie, if you're carousing with the Ritchies."
"Better them than you," she said.
"I'll remember you said that,"
Rex said, before speeding out of the lot. He was the kind of guy who thought having the last word meant something. Duke drew a deep breath and then turned to her.
"You okay?"
"Of course. Rex just has a big mouth."
"And deep pockets."
Duke's brow furrowed. Likely he was thinking about how Rex had terrorized the ranch the month before. Hattie hitched a grin. "Rumor has it so do you. Thanks for defending my honor, though." She walked toward her car.
"Don't mention it."
She got in the driver's seat of the Mustang. He leaned on the door, then scrubbed his hand down his face.
"I doubt that'll be the last we see of him. Will you get home all right?"
"Seeing as I haven't left town yet, you can trust I know the way."
"Well, good night, Hattie," Duke said.
"Good night." The Mustang's engine roared to life. He closed the door, securing her inside.
"Thanks for the sandwich."
"Thanks for the help cleaning up."
"Thanks for filling me in on what I've missed around town."
"Thanks for sticking up for me."
"Thanks for—"
He broke off. It was almost like he didn't want her to leave. That thought accompanied her out of the parking lot, but as she drove down the lonely Texas road toward home, her mind tried to fill in the blank. Thanks for what? As Hattie neared her single-story ranch house with the two half-rotted rocking chairs on the porch, a vehicle sat in her driveway. Her pulse lurched, but when the headlights swept over it, she recognized Aubrey's Honda. She hurried inside to find her friend on the couch watching TV and dipping her hand into a bag of popcorn. It wasn't an entirely unusual sight, but rarely happened unless Aubrey had some big pipeline gossip she couldn't keep in. "Funny thing about popcorn," Aubrey said, tossing a piece in her mouth. "You just never know who it'll bring together." She turned off the TV and perched on the edge of the sofa. "You mean me embarrassing myself to no end?" "You mean you having a close encounter with Duke Ritchie. The Duke Ritchie. Hattie, tell me everything." She slumped onto the couch and told her friend how she exploded the popcorn machine, had an unpleasant encounter with the second customer of the day, and then Rex showed up in the parking lot. "There is so much to unravel here. Bullet point being Duke Ritchie defended you twice." "Why do you keep using his full name?" "Because he's the Duke Ritchie," Aubrey emphasized. "What was it like getting the smolder? Did you swoon?" Hattie had to laugh at that because she had, even though she'd played it down. No sense in getting her hopes up. "He hit Donna with it hard." "The grouch from out of town?" Hattie nodded. Aubrey rubbed her hands together. "No," Hattie said flatly. Aubrey wore a mock innocent expression. "I know what you're thinking." "Who, me?" Aubrey failed to suppress her grin. Yes, you're preparing to release Cupid's arrow. No, it's not happening. Duke Ritchie thinks of me as a 6-year-old with a bunch of lemons. You know what your grandmother used to say, when life gives you lemons, throw them back. The reminder of her family's fortitude brought to mind the rest of her grandmother's saying, which inspired her graduation speech. When life gives you lemons, throw them back and then shout, "Is that the best you got? If so, have at it. I've got plenty of sugar and water over here. I'll make lemonade. Lemon meringue pie, lemon bars. I'll make a lemon something out of this life and it won't be sour. It'll be sweet. So do your best and I'll do better." Too bad all Hattie tasted was the bite of pure lemon juice. Life hadn't been too sweet to her. Not at all. I doubt he thinks of you as a kid, and even if he did, I'd argue that at least he thinks of you, Aubrey said. But I'm not a pesky 6-year-old. You were an entrepreneur even back then. Does that mean you think I'm an entrepreneur now? Hardly. Hattie raised her objections. Just because the market is struggling at the moment doesn't mean that will always be the case. Have a little faith. She didn't. It was somewhere out on the state road next to a pair of skid marks that never faded. Does he give you butterflies or moths in your belly? Aubrey lifted her hand. Forget I asked that. Butterflies. I can tell by your smile. I'm not smiling. Well, you're not frowning. Aubrey returned to the television and her popcorn, making herself right at home. The conversation with Duke about leaving filtered into Hattie's thoughts. She couldn't afford to let those butterflies take flight. Not now, not ever. If she didn't let herself want something, she couldn't get upset if it was taken away. Easier to just pretend her desire didn't burn inside. Douse water on it. Smother the flames. But the broad-shouldered country star was already burned into her mind. Chapter 4. Duke. Duke slept like a bear the night he arrived back home. He'd caught up with his parents, then his mother whisked him off to bed, as though he was 10 years old all over again. But he didn't mind. Part of him relished being back at the homestead, where comfort, the fresh scent of linens dried on the line under the sun, and even his mother's nagging, made him feel most at home after spending such a long time on the road. Maple syrup, French toast, and sizzling bacon filtered into his dreams. His father used to make Lucy and Duke breakfast on the rare occasions he was home from touring. It was a rarity, but a good reason to get out of bed. Hunter Ritchie had also spent a lot of time on the road, performing with his band, Big Ritchie and the Cowboys. Duke shuffled to the kitchen table, where he found his mother with an array of scrapbooking supplies spread out. He grabbed a plate and dished up, then settled next to his mom, watching over her shoulder as she arranged photographs and embellishments on a blank page. It only took me 30 years, but I'm finally getting around to organizing your baby and childhood photos.
Hey, hold on. 30 years in about 2 weeks. Let's not rush things. By the way, is Lucy coming home?
I think she has to work, but we'll see. Shawnee studied a photograph and then passed it to Duke. This is from your first day of kindergarten. Is that Hattie Swan in line next to you? She was always so sweet. Duke knew Shawnee was trying to be smooth and delicately approach the subject. No doubt the pipeline rumors about the night before had reached his mother's ears.
Mama, are you asking if I enjoyed the sandwich I shared with the owner of the market in town last night?
Her lips quirked. She'd been needling him to return home, settle down, and meet a nice girl. Of course, after being married to Hunter for 40 years, she understood Duke's call to the stage and to play music. You said it, not me, she muttered, having moved on to another photo. Duke studied the photo of Hattie with her double braids and eyeglasses. He recalled that she was quiet, but always knew the answer to a question when called on. It was no surprise that she'd graduated at the top of their class. But what had happened since then? The night before, the popcorn explosion, then looking into Hattie's honeysuckle eyes, set off something inside of Duke. Spending time with her sent his heart bursting inside his chest. Hunter joined them at the table and they shifted the subject.
Glad you're back, son. We put the mystery of the maps on hold for the wedding, but you better believe we're going to get to the bottom of it. Maybe you can help.
Duke was certain he could, though probably not by digging around the Ritchie acreage looking for clues and treasure like the others had been doing.
So get me up to speed, Dad. What all happened?
Duke, I told you Rex Cole is out to ruin us. Shawnee's voice rose an octave.
Well, I knew that, but give me the timeline. Apparently, Clay told Amelia some old stories. She's working with the Historical Society to write a book and documentary about Smuggler's Springs. She kept them to herself. Then she was at the reading of your uncle's will. Turned out Clay changed the thing. She knew as much because she helped out at her father's law office.
Hunter added a few unfriendly words about the guy. The will included a strange map none of us could make heads or tails of. Then Parker and Amelia started getting friendly, Shawnee added, always one to look on the bright side. She told Parker the old stories about the Ritchie family tree.
Truth be told, they were news to me. There were pirates, stolen treasure, and prospecting.
Hunter explained the string of events that took the family ancestors to the ranch as they knew it. Duke had pounded down his breakfast and leaned in, intrigued. His mother had briefed him on what had transpired, but he hadn't heard those details.
Then Amelia and Parker realized the trees on the map formed an arrow. They followed it to the old fire tower and found another map. And
that's about it so far. Poor Parker got a citation by some town official or other about violating codes. Shawnee said, Sounds made up if you ask me.
It's a load of hogwash, but we've all been chipping in to make the required improvements on the ranch before Parker is fined. Lord knows that man has his hands full.
And if the ranch is in trouble, so is our home. Ritchie Ranch comprised over 500 acres of beautiful hill country. Cattle grazing land, barns, and of course the gardens, chicken coops, and goat pens. There were also numerous houses on the property, including the original ranch house where Parker and Amelia lived, Clint's log cabin, the homestead where Duke grew up, and other homes, a shop, and outbuildings. He leaned back in his chair. Saving the property was exactly why he'd returned home. The photo of him in kindergarten standing next to Hattie, a girl he'd hardly looked twice at, caught his eye again. His pulse popped, making him inhale sharply. Maybe the ranch wasn't the only thing that brought him back to Smuggler's Springs. Duke wasn't looking for anything long-term. He wasn't ready to settle down. He had commitments to the band, loyal fans, and he wasn't so sure small-town life was for him. Heck, his mother had already heard he'd shared a sandwich with a girl. Still, he couldn't deny how seeing her made him feel. It was a bolt out of the blue. Certainly not something he'd been thinking about or hoping for, but it filled him with something he'd rarely felt, a kind of tenderness, affection, desire. Despite how pretty Hattie was and the way seeing her made him feel, Duke would be leaving again soon. The band had another tour planned. That kind of life wasn't for a small-town girl like her. Even though touring the world and playing music was a blessing, there were snakes and temptations at every turn. It was by placing his faith in God alone that kept Duke out of trouble. Shawnee abruptly stood from the table. Look at us yammering here. We're going to be late for church. Come on, we'll clean up later. We can't keep the Lord waiting. In less than 30 minutes, Hunter, Shawnee, and Duke sat on one end of the long wooden bench they'd occupied weekly for nearly 30 years at the old church in town. The rest of the Ritchies were already there, or filtered in, taking up much of the room on the right side of the aisle. Duke wasn't hungry, but he was looking forward to the tradition of family brunch after the service. At that thought, and the fullness of spirit within and surrounding him, Duke smiled. The only thing missing was his sister Lucy, but she was a nurse in the city and worked long hours. He felt eyes on him, no surprise. Although there was a lot of joy and loss in Smuggler's Springs, there was a lot of whispering too. No doubt seeing him return intrigued people. Thankfully, everyone was polite enough in the house of worship not to ask for an autograph or try to find out when he'd play again in town. Duke's gaze drifted over the congregation and then stopped abruptly, landing on those honeysuckle eyes he couldn't get out of his head. Hattie wore her hair in braids as well as a cotton dress the color of an autumn leaf. It highlighted her smooth skin, still tan from the summer. Duke's mother discreetly tapped him on the arm like she'd done for years when she could tell something distracted him. He turned his attention back to the service. All too soon, his mind wandered to the night before with Hattie, then the encounter with Rex. That man was all hat and no cattle. He talked a big game and tried to be threatening, but nothing he could do with his wealth or silly games would sully the Ritchie name. At last, Duke was able to see to that. His leg jittered with anticipation for the family brunch. Rex was good for nothing. He thought he was slicker than oil, but Duke's attention snapped back when the pastor recited a passage from Ephesians.
Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen.
Unwholesome talk or thoughts. Duke corrected himself. After the service, Duke lingered in the pew a few moments longer. He prayed that God would forgive him for thinking ill of Rex Cole and remove from his mind any notion of Hattie Swan. When he opened his eyes, the church was empty except a lone figure with braids. She sat silently. Her shoulders drooped. Her posture seemed sad. What had he just asked God about her? His mother always said he had a unique sense of humor. Duke stood from the pew and sauntered over to Hattie. He didn't want to interrupt, but while family had surrounded him throughout the service, she'd been alone. As she stood, he set his arm on her shoulder. She jumped and shrieked, "Oh, my!" She clapped her hand over her mouth.
Sorry to startle you. I hadn't made enough time for prayer while I was on the road and stayed after. I saw that you did too.
She shook her head. I wasn't praying. Duke's brows furrowed.
Oh, well, I saw that you were alone. Want to join me for the family brunch at the ranch?
Her cheeks turned a light shade of pink. I wouldn't want to be a bother.
You've been up there plenty. Usually there's enough food to feed a small army. You're always welcome. It wouldn't be a bother at all.
She gazed at her hands. Without thinking, Duke took one in his, leading her out of the church.
I hear they're testing out chili recipes. If we hurry, there might be some left to sample.
However, despite his prayers and the comment about the chili, he didn't want to hurry. Duke wanted to stroll slowly under the October sun with Hattie by his side. They stood in the parking lot, debating whose car to take long enough for Hattie to apply cherry chapstick to her full lips. Desire filled Duke. Again, he asked the Lord to take it away. But if that was the case, then what business did he have inviting her over for brunch? That sure didn't help matters. He told himself it was good old-fashioned Texas hospitality, nothing more. The feel of her small hand under his calloused fingers was a gesture he'd share with anyone. Well, no, that wasn't true. He wouldn't hold Rex's hand, not even if the fool actually went to church. And the way the scent of her chapstick stuck with him as he drove to the ranch with her following behind in the Mustang, reminding him of her lips, was, well, he couldn't explain that away too easily now, could he? But the bottom line was he'd be leaving Smuggler's Springs by the end of the month. He was there long enough to set things right for the ranch and nothing more. When Hattie parked beside him in the long driveway, flashing him a little smile as she got out, he feared that even though he'd planned to leave, he was already a goner. Chapter 5. Hattie. Hattie rarely had a hard time sleeping, but officially meeting Duke and everything that came after it the night before played like a slideshow as she tossed and turned in bed. Then his hand in hers, leading her out of the church, branded her palm. The feel of his fingers clutching hers ignited something inside she'd never really felt. Sure, she'd had a long-standing crush on the guy, but so did half the country. He was a handsome, charming, and well-spoken country music star. What was there not to like? But the crush was more of something to cling to remind her that before tragedy destroyed her life, she had her own, with hopes, wants, and desires. In a lot of ways, Duke represented that. Only the tickle she felt within, while entering the Ritchie family home by his side, suggested the crush was morphing, developing into something else. Hattie's father, Greg Swan, was a man of great dignity. He'd instilled in her the importance of the head, the heart, and the hand. The head represented the intellect and discernment. The heart, emotions, and faith. The hands had to do with the dignity of work and purpose. If she applied the trio of the head, the heart, and the hand to the situation with Duke, he'd gotten into her head and had held her hand. All that was left was her heart. She stopped abruptly in the hall, separating the great room with couches and the hearth from the kitchen. What situation? She was making something out of nothing. Duke was just a gentleman. No, if his reputation was true, and she had no doubt it was, he was a charmer. He'd probably had a girlfriend in every state while the band was on tour. No, probably every country. Knox, Parker's Akita thundered toward them. Once more Duke took Hattie's hand. A jolt blazed up her arm, drawing heat to her cheeks. "Are you afraid of dogs?" he asked. She shook her head. No, she was afraid of the way Duke made her feel, despite her better sense. To show him and herself that she was brave, she knelt and scratched the dog's ears. "Everything okay?" Duke asked, as though worried the dog alarmed her. "Yeah, everything is fine. Thanks for inviting me. It smells delicious." "I bet it'll be nice to have a home-cooked meal." Hattie's chest pinched slightly. Did he feel bad for her because she didn't have a family? Had he only invited her because she'd been alone at church? She nodded. "You too. I imagine eating out while on the road gets tiresome after a while." "You got that right. I've eaten at some top restaurants, but nothing compares to food at home." Duke led her into the kitchen, where the rest of the Ritchies met them with warm greetings and open arms. The pinching in Hattie's chest released as Shawnee held her in a hug. She, Carolyn, and Nina had all been best friends. They called themselves the Three Amigas when they were little girls. Hattie had never thought about it before, but Shawnee was the only amiga left of the bunch. She squeezed a little tighter because she, too, was the only one left of the Swans. Hattie loved attending the Ritchie family brunches, though it had been a few years since she'd been by. Even though the families had been friends, she'd never gotten close to Lucy, Duke's sister. They had built-in friends among the family, she supposed. The Ritchie women were all lovely and strong, faithful and generous. As for the Ritchie men, without exception, they were hard-working, loyal, and commanding, on top of being tall and broad-shouldered. They had brawny arms, capable hands, and Duke's wrapped around hers again.
Come on, I fixed you a bowl of that chili I was talking about.
They sat down at the long wooden farm table. Family photos covered the wall behind it. Even as the family shrank and expanded, the table somehow managed to fit everyone, plus the guests like herself that inevitably joined them.
This chili is delicious, Aunt Paula,
Duke said to the woman seated on Hattie's opposite side. He wasn't wrong.
My bride is going to win the contest at the fall fair,
Uncle Fred said, squeezing his wife's shoulder. Speaking of brides, since Parker tied the knot within a year of Clay's passing, does that mean... Aunt Paula started.
More like a month,
Jameson, one of Duke's cousins, sniggered. Aunt Paula shot Jameson a glower. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, the will said that Parker had to get married within a year. Otherwise, the acreage would go to Roy and Rex Cole. Parker held up his hands, pumping them slightly.
Thank you for asking, Aunt Paula. Since this is the family brunch, we'll talk business afterward.
Duke stopped mid-bite and smiled.
Yeah, I have an announcement.
Parker raised his eyebrows with curiosity, but the moment passed and everyone returned to the meal.
Yep, I reckon this chili is the winner. We must have something to show for all the taste testing Paula made me do.
Unlike almost everyone else, he wasn't indulging in the chili. They joked about chili with beans versus no beans. Hattie was intensely aware of Duke's every move beside her. He was left-handed, and his elbow bumped her a few times. She didn't mind. With good manners, he'd set his napkin on his lap, but it fell on the floor between them. Hattie must have noticed at the same time he did, because once more, they bumped heads.
Hey, we keep doing that. If it happens again, I might have to wear a helmet.
Duke winked. She forced herself not to giggle. She would not succumb to the cowboy country star charm. Fortunately, Aunt Paula drew her in with questions about the fall fair. Hattie always had the impression that Paula was disapproving with her puckered expression and sharp eyes, but the woman talked a blue streak. In the span of 3 minutes, she'd outlined her approach to creating a winning recipe, maintaining a marriage, and asked why she'd never seen Hattie at the women's Bible study at church. You meet Tuesday mornings, and I have to tend to things at the market. I can't speak for God, but I don't get the sense he'd mind if you locked the door for an hour. Your mama made the time. Her mama had her daddy to cover for her while she was gone. Paula knew that. Paula continued. I know. After your parents died, they left you with the responsibility of running the market. You could have sold it or liquidated and had enough money to go to college. Duke's spicy cinnamon scent warmed her as he leaned close.
What did you want to study in college?
She didn't want to talk about it, but they both gazed at her, demanding an answer. I always loved photography and wanted to be a photojournalist because of the way images tell stories. Instead, you work at the family business, Paula said.
So you're smart and an artist, Duke said.
That's right. You were top of the class. My Jimmy graduated with you guys. You gave a great speech, Hattie. Just remember, none of our talents are ever wasted in God's kingdom. Well, hers were. Working day and night at the market, it was drudgery. Boring. Not at all interesting like if she'd been able to see the world, take pictures, and share everything she saw through her unique perspective. Aunt Shawnee got Paula's ear about the pumpkin crop for the farmer's market, leaving Hattie and Duke with their empty bowls of chili.
So, photojournalism, huh? What drew you to that? It seems like everyone is a photographer these days with their cell phones and posting on social media.
Without thinking, she blurted, Photography is so much more than that. It's about composition, angles, objects, and negative space. It comes down to geometry. She went on, speaking passionately about the subject.
I've always said art and math aren't that different,
Duke said, when she finally let him get a word in. She rarely told anyone about her love of photography, but talking to Duke about it seemed easier. Maybe it was because he was creative too, with writing music. Or perhaps it was because Duke Ritchie wasn't just anyone. What he said next proved that fact.
People always say art and science are the opposite, or that they're just so different. I'll tell you what, there's never been a successful country song that gets stuck in a person's head, brings a tear to their eye, or makes them want to sing along that doesn't follow a formula.
Exactly, Hattie said. It follows rules, a formula, but isn't formulaic.
It's not too late. You can still go to college, or pursue photography somehow.
Duke smiled warmly with hope. She nodded, but the opportunity had passed. It was too late. She swallowed back the heartache at that particular loss. Good art can make a person happy, sad, or somewhere in between. True art, beautiful art, even if it's a photo of a bowl of apples, she gestured to the one in the middle of the table. Or a song about long nights and campfires has to evoke something.
And to make something like that, there are rules.
Exactly. Symmetry, or the lack of it, juxtaposed shapes, an isolated subject, or a cluster of objects.
A ramble down a country road in 4-bar timing, or a bridge between the chorus and the...
Hattie, didn't your daddy make hot sauce? Aunt Paula interrupted. Torn from the intense conversation with Duke, Hattie practically had whiplash. What was that? She asked. Shawnee and I were just talking about having a hot sauce eating contest at the fall fair. Let these fellas put their money where their mouths are, if you know what I mean.
Oh, come off it, Paula. I was just saying the chili could do with a little more heat.
Uncle Fred wiped his mouth on a napkin. And I was saying you can't handle the heat in my kitchen. Paula harumphed. Hattie knew it was harmless banter between the couple. She wanted to dive back into the conversation with Duke about art and how he understood what it took to make good art. She had yet to meet anyone in Smuggler's Springs who understood that. Maybe his world travel had broadened his horizons. Perhaps it would have done the same for her. As the Ritchies talked about hot sauce, she contemplated how her life would have been different had she left and gone to college. Sadness swept through her, muting the bickering, the laughter, and the cacophony of the Ritchie family brunch.
That look on your face tells me you're in the market to write a doleful country tune,
Duke said gently, knowingly. The market. Yeah, I should probably get going. Work to do. His hand landed on her arm. Gosh, those hands. They were going to be the death of her if they kept finding their way to her skin. He could jumpstart a dead battery with those things by the way they jolted her with each touch.
I'll walk you out,
Duke said. They both made to get up. Oh, no, you don't, Miss Hattie. Stay put. We need your help, Paula said. We need you to locate that hot sauce recipe of Greg's.
We're going to settle this dispute the old-fashioned way.
Fred crossed his arms in front of his chest. Amelia interjected. In addition to the book I'm writing, I'm putting together a cookbook with recipes from Smuggler's Springs. If your father had a famous hot sauce recipe, I'd love to include it.
My mother's recipes are going in, Parker said. No sense in letting them languish in a drawer when they could be enjoyed by everyone.
Amen, Shawnee said. She would never let me get my mitts on that peach pie recipe. I don't know what all she did, but I can still taste it to this day. She smacked her lips.
You can sell the cookbook at the market after it's published,
Duke said. Hattie felt torn in two. No, three. She wanted to hide away from the talk about her parents, but she also adored the Ritchie family. There was no way to be lonely when so much love surrounded her. Loud and sometimes disagreeing love, but love all the same. However, after talking to Duke about photography and seeing a glimpse into a future that she could still have, at least according to him, the embers of her desire to leave Smuggler's Springs lit anew, but couldn't see a way out. "Hattie, you find that recipe. I'll supply the peppers," Aunt Shawnee said, giving her husband the side-eye. Hunter held up his hands in protest.
Hey now, I didn't say anything about the heat and polished chili. To me it was perfect. Suck up, Fred muttered. I don't want to be in the doghouse, brother. If you had sense, you'd keep mum about the quality of the chili. Even if you found the hot sauce recipe, could you make it? Duke asked.
Sure could. Like everything else, Hattie had learned at his side. Greg and Nina Swan had given their daughter so much, yet God took them away before they taught her how to listen to her heart. Her throat felt scratchy, and she got up to leave again. "Our Hattie's habanero sauce is going to blow everyone's socks off," Shawnee said, smiling. Paula wore a soft, reminiscent look, like looking into the past. "Doesn't she look so much like her mom?" Hattie's jaw trembled. "I remember Nina and those braids. I envy that hair of yours, thick and silky. Instead, I got this frizz," Paula said, giving the end of Hattie's braid a little tug. "I blame my father's side." They wouldn't let her leave, but that was the Ritchie family way. After long conversations that branched off, turned corners, and twisted back around, brunch often turned into linerch, a combination of lunch and dinner, with family members coming back for seconds.
Hey, Duke, do you remember that song about the woman who thought another woman was trying to take her man?
Cody, the guitar player in Duke's band, asked. Hattie hadn't even realized he was there. She looked around, but she didn't spot any of the other members of the Cowboys. Duke snapped his fingers.
The Big Ritchie and the Cowboy song? Sure do. The chorus contained the accused woman's reply about how she didn't want him. Nope, she didn't want any man.
"That's right, she'd been slighted," Shawnee said, chiming in. "She was all about being an independent woman."
"And yet you stayed with me."
Hunter smirked at his wife.
"Ah, so you remember, Uncle Hunter," Jameson said. "I didn't want to bring up a sore subject." "I am not going to ask," Duke said, apparently surprised that the song was about his mother and father. "Speaking of music, let's play," Jameson said. "It's rare to have Duke and Cody home."
Seemingly out of nowhere, several acoustic guitars appeared, along with a banjo and a few other instruments. The group moved to the great room with its vaulted ceilings, stone hearth, and several sitting areas. The door was close. Hattie could just leave. She ought to have done so. Duke inclined his head as he strummed.
"Stay a bit longer?"
"What? You're thinking of leaving now?" Shawnee asked. "If I have to hold you here against your will, I'll do it. I only get to see this beautiful face of yours behind the counter at the market. Please do this family a favor and stay a while longer. We've missed you. Anyway, when the music starts, you know things are just getting good." Hattie caught Duke give his mother a look. She wasn't sure what it meant, because it was there, then gone in a blink, replaced by one of his smoldering smiles. The guys played a few familiar songs, skipping the one about the woman. Without meaning to, Hattie sang and clapped along. Her smile grew wider and wider. When the music went quiet, she and Duke were gazing at each other. His blue eyes and crooning voice sent her heart aflutter. But it was more than that. It was him. But she couldn't afford to let herself hope there could ever be something more between them. Like everyone else, he probably took pity on her.
"Hey, I just got a great idea," Duke said, hopping to his feet.
Chapter 6. Duke. Duke couldn't deny the chemistry between him and Hattie. There was a lure, a draw, a magnetism that kept his attention locked on her. Her pretty face, kind eyes, those lips. But it was also her personality. She was smart, without being boastful, and insightful without being arrogant. "Well, what's your idea?" his mother asked.
"Hattie, you organize the fall fair, right? What do you say the Cowboys perform?"
He'd learned that Hattie had wanted to go to college but hadn't after her parents left. He wanted her to study photography without a struggle. She shook her head. "That's mighty generous of you, but I've already pre-sold tickets. I can't increase the cost now."
We could include it with admission, but once word gets out that we're there, it'll double ticket sales, Duke said. Double at least, maybe triple, Hunter said.
Hattie smiled thinly. "I don't know. That's asking a lot of you guys. Plus, we'd need a permit and a stage, sound system, and all kinds of things."
Leave that first part to me, Parker said. I've been going to the town hall enough lately. I've become friendly with the clerk. Brought her an apple pie the other day. Figured it couldn't hurt to sweeten her up a bit.
"One of my pies?" Amelia asked, entering the room with a tray covered with slices of apple pie and whipped cream on paper plates. Aunt Paula helped her distribute dessert. Duke smiled.
"What do you say, Hattie?"
"Why?" Hattie asked. That wasn't the response he was expecting.
"Why? Because it'll be fun," he said loudly.
Then, leaning in so only she could hear, he said,
"And maybe with the extra proceeds, you could hire on someone else at the market. Go to school if you wanted to. You know, pursue your passion for photography."
Being a successful musician came with talent and skill, luck and people seeing the potential in him, and the guys then giving them opportunities. He wanted to pay it forward. She lifted and lowered her shoulders slowly. "I don't know, Duke." He gripped her arm.
"You looked so sad before. Maybe if you had more time to do the things you enjoy, Smuggler's Springs would see more of that smile of yours."
"Thanks, but..." Earlier, Duke had sensed his mother was trying to play matchmaker, but he was leaving before long. He couldn't do that to Hattie after she'd already experienced the loss of her mother and father. Never mind that, like in the song they were talking about earlier, maybe she didn't even want a man. Instead, he could help her live her life more on her terms. Extra money from the fall fair could facilitate that.
"No buts unless you're talking about the kind you put in a saddle," Duke said, lighting up. "The Cowboys will play. This is going to be the best fall fair yet."
He clapped his hands together and then slapped her thigh, leaving his grip there in his excitement. Her cheeks went as red as the apples in Amelia's pie.
"Glad to hear you're staying for a few more weeks, son," Hunter said. "It'll make your mother mighty happy. I have the month off, then I hit the road again. I remember those days. Bittersweet if you ask me. Great fun to play music with the band, but a true joy to be with family."
His father's gaze fogged over as though he was glimpsing the past.
"Though I regret missing so much when you and Lucy were little. I keep telling your mother, there's nothing wrong with you not being settled down yet. On the upside, you're sowing those wild oats. Maybe when you find the right person, you'll stay put."
Duke's attention drifted over to Hattie, who took a bite of the apple pie. The corners of her lips lifted. His heart ticked. Duke was in trouble. He only had the month in town. He couldn't get attached. The room went unusually quiet as everyone dug into dessert. When they were done, Aunt Paula said, "We've determined my chili is the best. Hattie is going to make hot sauce and we'll have a contest at the fall fair. And Duke volunteered the Cowboys are going to perform. Now, can we get down to business and discuss Operation Rescue Ritchie Ranch?" Parker leaned his elbows on his knees and scrubbed his hand down his face.
"To be clear, Amelia and I didn't get married to prevent the acreage going to Roy and Rex Cole."
"We know that," Aunt Paula said. "But now what? Are we out of the woods?"
"No, the Coles want to get their hands on what they think we have here. They're willing to do anything to ruin us, including making up some nonsense about building and property code violations," Parker said. "It's hard enough for me to work at the garage to keep the bills paid on top of trying to fix things up, especially after Rex vandalized the big barn."
Once more, Duke jumped to the rescue.
"I have a special announcement. I'm sorry I missed Uncle Clay's funeral, however the band had commitments. I know it doesn't make up for not being there, but the profits from those concerts are in an account slated for the ranch. Whatever repairs we need will be covered, and then some.
Everyone broke out into conversation about new roofs for their houses, stock pen repairs, fencing, and paved driveways. Parker got to his feet and shook Duke's hand.
Thank you, cousin. That's mighty generous.
Duke gave him a quick outline of where the funds were and how to access them. A sharp whistle broke through the chatter. Camden, another cousin, said,
I still don't understand why the Coles want this land so bad. They have 500 acres of their own, a mansion, oil. What gives? It ties back to my father's stipulation about getting married or forfeiting all claim to future profits from the ranch. Last I checked, our cattle won't fetch much. We need to get into that Japanese breed. Wagyu beef or something. The ones you massage,
Jameson said.
Parker shook his head. No, we need to recognize the value of our land. If you're talking about the oil, I vowed to your mother and father not to drill, not unless it was the last resort. It was the family consensus at the time. While I live and breathe, I'll uphold my promise. Seems we're not quite in dire straits, thanks to Duke,
Uncle Hunter said. No, sir, Amelia said, pacing in front of the windows. These hills aren't called Treasure Hills for nothing. There are stories of pirates, bank robbers, and bullets that point toward actual treasure. She gazed into the distance. Duke wondered what she saw. He also wondered what Hattie saw as she listened in. His gaze traced her features. She was the photographer, but he wanted to take a picture of her just then, capture her at that moment, never let her go. But he'd have to. His chest dipped slightly. Amelia and Parker took turns relaying much of the story he'd heard earlier that morning from his parents.
Did you find out anything more from the second map?
Uncle Fred asked. Parker nodded.
The night before we got married, I was by the big barn. I noticed something glowing in the distance. Countless nights I've watched the sunset and had never noticed a flash. Must have been the right time at the right angle or some such. Anyway, it was like light off glass.
Amelia passed out copies of the map. In all the activity lately, we haven't had time to explore properly. Standing by the big barn in the spot where Parker saw the light matches with the place on the map that says El Oro, the gold. There was another labeled La Plata. It corresponded to another flash of light. There are several other shiny lights during the sunset that matched up with the other labels on the map. However, we haven't been able to sight them again.
It's only been a week, but we've watched every sunset. Some were cloudy, which didn't help. All I know is I saw a flash of light that corresponded to all those labels, Parker said.
What do you say we break up into groups and explore the sections? Maybe with several sets of eyes instead of two, we can make some headway. Amelia assigned pairs to sections of the property. Duke, how about you and Hattie cover this part where it says Diamante? That's Spanish for diamond. She flashed her engagement ring. Like this. Hattie's eyes widened. He nudged her shoulder with his, then held up his hand for a high five.
Looks like we're Team Diamante. There is a prize involved. Treasure.
He waggled his eyebrows.
We need to strategize. We'll hit the trails tomorrow. Will you bring your camera?
Duke, you don't have to do this.
Do what?
She opened and closed her mouth. I have to run the market and plan for the fall fair. In case you already forgot, I'm adding a world-famous band to the bill. Duke smiled.
I didn't forget, and I'll help you at the market and with the fall fair.
Seriously, you don't need to do that. Plus, if word got out, and it would, that you were working at the market, we'd be mobbed. Donna was bad enough.
Good point. Market? No. Fall fair? Yes. We're in this together. Plus, do you mean to say you don't have any employees? What if you catch a cold? Who covers for you?
Her face fell. There's Dakota and Aubrey in a pinch, although I don't trust her not to eat all the gummy bears. Duke chuckled.
Will you do it? Come on, you can't say no. You heard the story Parker and Amelia told. You know the Ritchie family secrets. You're one of us now.
She bit her lip. I can take a day off, I guess. Dakota's a single mother, but her aunt can look after her son from time to time.
Perfect.
What wasn't perfect was that he had to go back on the road with the band. They were leaving for the tour in Asia in November and would end in Japan in February. He didn't have time for romance, but something came over him. He couldn't resist Hattie. Aunt Shawnee dragged her away, insisting she take a doggy bag. Duke watched her go, looking more forward to a random Wednesday in Smuggler's Springs than he had in a long time. He let out a long breath. He'd promised the Cowboys would play at the fair. Things had been dicey with Dusty. Never knew what kind of mood the drummer would be in, especially after the majority vote between the four of them resulted in the donation to the ranch. Cody slapped him on the shoulder, jarring him from his thoughts.
You know something about Dusty that I don't? What, that he'll suddenly agree with everything I say?
Cody chuckled.
Good thing I'm charming. So I noticed. Hattie Swan, huh? Be careful. She's been through a lot. And don't forget, we leave November 1st.
Duke nodded. Nope, he couldn't forget that. It was like a clock was suddenly ticking. At the end, there'd either be an explosion of regret and heartache, or... But what? He didn't let himself wonder. Chapter 7. Hattie. On Tuesday night, Hattie rushed around Swan Family Market, fussing and finalizing things for the next day. Aubrey sat on the counter, swinging her legs back and forth. She popped a gummy bear in her mouth. Hattie took the bag away. These are for restocking the penny candy jars. I know. Gosh, you'd make a terrible boss. Good thing I'm self-employed. Aubrey smiled. Speaking of my matchmaking app, tell me all about the time you spent with Duke on Sunday. I have told you 3 times. I've also told you that he's leaving on tour in November. Aubrey splayed her fingers and then counted off. And that you're too busy to date, that he's not interested, that he's just friendly, charming, and treats all the girls this way, that you're just helping each other out, that your crush on him is so glaringly obvious it's seeping out of your pores. Hattie stopped in her tracks. I did not say that. Aubrey smirked. No, but it's true. She set down a box of tea bags and pressed her fingers to her cheeks. Is it? Aubrey hopped down and wagged a red licorice stick at her. Ha, so you admit it. I admitted it when we were in 9th grade, Hattie countered. Flicking her braids, Aubrey said, and not much has changed. If you're going on a date tomorrow, I suggest you lose the glasses. Hattie tilted her head. Then I won't be able to see, doofus. A crush since 9th grade or grade school because the insult doofus is outdated. Hattie planted her hands on her hips, ready to have a standoff with her best friend. When was the last time you went on a date, Henrietta Hope Swan? Hattie blustered. Oh, you're pulling out the full names, are you? Okay, Aubrey Augusta Fletcher. When was the last time you dated? As a matter of fact, I went on a date Sunday evening. Are you going on a second date? Hattie asked. Well, no, he had big teeth. She narrowed her eyes and mimicked Aubrey's counting off on her fingers. Before that, his hair was too greasy. Then the other guy was too gentlemanly. There was one who bit his fingernails. You go through guys like the market goes through popcorn. You just can't settle. Aubrey harumphed. Better that than not dating at all. The two continued arguing back and forth. Hattie strode toward the chalkboard by the coffee station and gripped a piece of chalk. She scrawled the daily joke on the slate. What day of the year shouldn't you kiss? Aubrey read. I'm especially interested in this particular joke of the day, considering you don't kiss ever. I have kissed, and I've dated, Hattie paused, a few times. Literally a few in the 10+ years since high school. All I'm saying is it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to see where this thing with Duke goes.
Her face fell. Actually, it could be. She'd lost her parents and couldn't bear the idea of being abandoned again. Aubrey tugged Hattie into a hug, as if reading her thoughts.
So what's the punchline?
Aubrey asked.
January 1st, because it's only the first date.
The two friends dissolved into laughter at the corny joke. They could always put their differences aside when it mattered. The argument was forgotten, and Aubrey plucked another licorice stick from the bag and passed it to Hattie. The joke of the day was another one of her father's traditions that she carried on. It was what made the market a community gathering place, even though there were a few restaurants in town. The regulars were always there for their coffee first thing in the morning and got a chuckle, which was better than reading depressing news or griping about various ailments.
You know what I love about this place?
Aubrey asked after a beat.
I didn't know you loved it.
Hattie's voice was small.
The market makes people happy. So do you, Hattie. That's what you're in the business of doing. Providing, entertaining, uniting.
Aubrey's voice was soft, meaningful. It was like something shifted under Hattie's feet, causing her to see things differently.
I never thought of it that way before. You give that and more to everyone who walks in those doors. Now I want you to spend tomorrow with Duke and give me the chance to do the same by covering for you here. I promise I'll smile, even at the grouchy folks before they get their morning coffee fix. And you'll say, "Welcome to Swan's Family Market. How may I help you?" to everyone who passes through the door.
Aubrey chuckled.
We both know that you don't even do that. Well, not every time, but most of the time.
Aubrey arched an eyebrow.
Have some fun tomorrow. You haven't taken a day off in years. Don't worry, I've got this. I've been coming in here as long as you have.
Aubrey had a point, but it was easier said than done. Hattie got up to arrange the straws. She always left one lifted slightly above the others, so people could grab one easily after getting a soft drink from the machine. Her hand hovered in midair.
You okay?
Aubrey asked.
Yeah, fine.
She willed her voice not to crack, and took a moment before going back to close up. The friends said goodnight after more reassurance from Aubrey that everything would be fine the next day. When Hattie started up the Mustang to head home, smelling the gasoline mixing with leather and her father's faint scent, tears burst from her eyes. While arranging the straws, she'd had a sudden realization. Running the market was her lifeline. As right as Aubrey was about the place making people happy, a place to gather and socialize, it did the same for her in a lot of ways. It kept her head above water. If she just kept working, she didn't have to think about the vacancy her parents left, even though she was reminded every day. It was at once a familiar pain and one she was afraid would go away, because then they would. She couldn't bear the thought of facing her pain, nor could she imagine it disappearing. Then what would she have? What would she be left with? Emptiness. The next morning, Hattie was up with the sun. She showered, changed her outfit 3 times, and then puttered around the house because she was so jittery she couldn't sit still. Duke suggested she head over to the homestead on Ritchie Ranch around 9. She gripped the wheels so tightly, her fingers practically went numb. Even though the day was cool with slight cloud cover, perspiration beaded at the nape of her neck.
Hattie, you can do this, she said to herself. Duke is from Smuggler Springs just like me.
Her mind flurried with intimidating thoughts, like how he'd seen the world. Had probably spent time with worldly women whose tongues didn't trip over the pronunciation of fancy words, like acai and anemone. When she pulled into the driveway, he was leaning against the truck as if he'd been waiting. Duke had always been tall, but had filled out since her high school crush, back when her cheeks would flame at the mere thought of him. Despite his changes, she was no different. Good thing she could hide behind her eyeglasses. She had a prescription for contacts, but rarely wore them. Duke gave a lazy wave.
She parked and then got out. He gave a low whistle.
That's a mighty fine car you've got there. They don't make engines like that anymore. If you'd had it in high school, I'd probably have asked for a ride.
I'm surprised you remember me from high school.
Who could forget you, Hattie?
He turned to lead her toward the house.
My mom would have my hide if you don't come in and say hi. Now, to prepare you, she's been scrapbooking and is likely to show off some very unfortunate photos of me during my awkward teen years. Please don't think less of me.
Hattie discreetly fanned her face. She was certain he'd never been an awkward teen. Shawnee met her with a big hug and a glass of lemonade. Sure enough, she had scrapbooking materials spread across the table. I've been working on this in my spare time. I finished the baby and toddler years, kindergarten, and have moved past grade school.
Duke made a sound of relief. Good thing. I worried you were going to bust out the pictures from rodeo camp. At least I was still cute in grade school.
If Hattie's cheeks had anything to say about it, he'd always been cute. She indulged Shawnee for a few more minutes. From behind, a strong set of hands gripped the space between her neck and her shoulders, giving a squeeze. Heat blazed across Hattie's skin at Duke's touch.
All right, Mom. Hattie isn't here for a trip down memory lane. We have a treasure to find.
She drew a deep breath, willing her complexion to return to normal, then thanked Shawnee. Are you going on horseback? There's nothing like a slow ramble, Shawnee said. Hunter said he wanted to see Misty Blue out more often.
Nah, it'll take too long to get the horses saddled up. I talked to Dad and we're going to take the ATV.
Shawnee launched into how much she hated the thing, insisted they wear helmets, and listed the dangers of the quad. She also packed them drinks and snacks. Duke wrapped his arm around Hattie's back and gripped her shoulder. Who knew he was so touchy-feely? Her skin was like a confetti-filled minefield with little bursts and explosions.
Don't you worry, Mom. Hattie here is safe with me.
She let out a long breath and tried to smile. Maybe so, but her emotions weren't. They were getting dangerously close to hoping that there truly could be something more between them. Duke edged them both out the door as Shawnee continued to caution them.
We'll be fine, Mom.
When they reached the shop out behind the house, Duke lifted the sliding metal door. His biceps flexed under his flannel shirt. The ATV was red with black trim. She tried to focus on it and not the strapping cowboy made of solid muscle. Duke extended one leg to sit astride it and pulled on his helmet. While buckling it, he said,
I'm not one to stand in the shadow of my mama's skirt, but I do listen to her.
He patted the seat behind him for Hattie to hop on. Even when his handsome features disappeared under the helmet, he still looked so attractive. Hattie was going to go over the edge. She dragged in a breath.
Your eyes are as wide as saucers. Ever been on an ATV?
He asked. She certainly had, but not with someone like Duke Ritchie. She felt so far out of her depth, she was sure the creek had risen while she'd stood there. Duke flashed his charming smile. Like a magnet, it drew her closer until she was standing at the side of the quad. They were eye to eye. Her breath was being stubborn, fitful, not quite filling her chest. She placed one hand on the fender and lifted her leg, but there was no way she'd be able to mount the thing without touching him.
Hop on up,
he said, revving it. Hattie planted her hand on his shoulder and swung her leg over. Why was it so easy for him to touch her back or hold her hand, and hers were shaking at the mere notion of contact? He passed her the other helmet. Their fingers brushed. The sensation was like the buzz of high-tension power lines. She had to temporarily take off her glasses as she put the helmet on. Duke turned back to check on her progress. She quickly stuffed the glasses back on her face. His lips quirked. What was that all about? She knew she was a country mouse and he was a country star. Was he laughing at her? Judging her for staying behind in Smuggler's Springs? But she couldn't think about her fears and doubts for another second, because the ATV lurched, forcing her to grip the back of his shirt. Duke may have listened to Shawnee about the helmets, but he didn't heed her advice to go slow. He revved the quad as soon as they hit the trail behind the house. Hattie risked falling off if she didn't wrap her arms around him. Without giving it a second thought, she hung on for dear life. He was warm beneath her touch, pulsing with life, strength, and courage she didn't have. Duke was confident and talented, worldly and handsome. She had no business with him. Yet, pressed against him made her feel secure and a little bit brave when the tall grass whipped by as they kicked up dust on the trail. He took a little jump over a small hill and landed with a shock of laughter. Hattie gripped him tighter. The truth was, she never wanted to let go. Chapter 8. Duke. It had been far too long since Duke had explored the land he called home. He wanted to see all of it, so he pushed the ATV faster. But at the same time, he wanted to bask in the familiarity, the wonder, and Hattie's presence for as long as he could. The looming date of his departure flashed in his mind's eye every time he thought of her, which was every moment, especially as she clung to him on the back of the quad. He slowed a bit as he passed the curl of the creek, slicing through the southern portion of the property. The big barn stood in the distance like a sentry. He headed to the trail that ran the circumference of the ranch lands and soon passed bald cypress, ash, and a kind of oak tree he could never remember the name of. They kept at it until he reached the spot on the map discovered in the fire tower labeled Diamante. Duke slowed and then cut the engine. Hattie got off and removed her helmet. Her hair was fuzzy, and he smiled under his helmet before removing it. After getting off, he sauntered over and smoothed a few pieces of her dark brown hair before tipping her chin up. Her honeysuckle eyes met his and were as wide as ever.
Any particular reason you always wear your hair in braids?
He'd love to see it down. She lifted a shoulder. Always have, and, in some traditions they keep it like this when single, only wearing it loose after marriage. Her voice was small.
Then I take it there isn't a Mr. Swan in your future.
A moment too late, Duke realized that made it sound like she'd marry her father, Greg. Her lips pitched downward.
What I meant was you're not seeing anyone or otherwise engaged.
No, I don't think anyone. I'm so busy with the market that I don't have time to. Her words were stilted. He was pretty sure she was going to say she didn't think anyone would want to date her. Duke was quite sure half the eligible guys in town thought differently and would love an opportunity to show Hattie a fine time.
Well, we're going to do something to change that,
Duke said. She inhaled sharply, and her cheeks turned as pink as his mother's favorite flower. Had he upset her or embarrassed her? For the second time, the way that sounded came to Duke on a delay. He wouldn't mind dating her, not for a New York minute. But he was leaving and didn't want to hurt her. He cleared his throat.
What I meant was we're going to raise some funds for the market so you can get more days like these.
He winced, because if she wasn't attracted to him like he was to her, it sure came out like he wanted to spend more time with her on the range. One of Duke's talents was his way with words, crafting poetry into song. Rarely did he get tongue-tied or say the wrong thing. Something about Hattie Swan got him in a twist. It was the same thing that probably made half of Smuggler's Springs want to date her. She was perfect. Hattie let out a breath and leaned against the quad. I guess getting used to this wouldn't be so bad. Did she mean being out there, or being with him, or having a day off work? Instead of thinking about it for another moment, Duke turned to the property, something he could speak about with ease.
You see out there?
He gestured to the hilly land surrounding them.
Long ago, we divided the ranch lands into quadrants. Over time, they acquired nicknames to simplify communicating with the ranch hands and each other. He pointed to a hill. That's Black Feather. Over yonder is Cigarro Strip. The goats love it more than the meadow. Whiskey Ridge is over that way.
Duke breathed deep, glad to be back in familiar territory and with Hattie. She smiled, taking in the scenery. It's beautiful.
I'd be a liar if I didn't agree. I've been all over the world, and nothing compares to...
She turned, and their eyes met. Hers were bright, but no longer wide. Instead, she looked serene, contented, beautiful. Duke could easily end the sentence with "nothing compares to her." He drew a deep breath. What's this area called besides Diamante? Her voice was ragged. He'd walked into that one. A small bluff and rock formation formed a crescent upon the land, and also offered a scenic view of the hills below.
This one is called Lover's Crescent.
She shifted from foot to foot.
Over there is what we call Torches, leads to the fire tower.
He was practically aflame, burning for her. I grew up in Smuggler Springs. Never knew this was out here. It's tremendous.
You just haven't spent enough time on the Ritchie property.
Do you mind if I... Hattie had a small leather crossbody bag in hand and pulled out a camera.
By all means.
He swept his hands broadly. Hattie fiddled with the camera and then started shooting. She shifted from looking like she felt slightly awkward to smooth, graceful moments. It was almost like she was dancing, moving from position to position. High, low, stretched, compact, all the while snapping away. Duke couldn't help but admire her and wonder what she saw. Was it just angles and geometry, or something more? He continued to gaze at her until she turned to him, and the camera shutter flashed rapidly before she turned away again. Although he was standing next to a unique bush, so perhaps she was capturing it. When she finished, they chatted easily about photography and the natural elements surrounding them. After a while, she said, "Aren't we supposed to be digging for treasure or something?"
I don't rightly know what we're looking for. Map number 2 designated this area Diamante, so maybe we have to mine for diamonds?
Duke laughed.
If only we had a map where X marks the spot.
Like pirate treasure? Unless I'm missing something, how on earth would something like that get out here? The creek and pond are far too small for a ship. The Gulf is a couple 100 miles away and the ocean is over 1,000 in the other direction. Duke pulled out the lemonade and passed it to Hattie before taking a sip himself. His mouth had gone dry, another rarity. Unlike some of the other Ritchie guys, he wasn't a man of few words, probably his father's influence. But being out there with Hattie had him in knots. He wasn't the usual smooth, confident guy. Then it struck him like double lightning. He liked her. A lot. His sudden awkwardness told him something was at stake, something he hadn't bargained on. His heart. Hattie passed him the lemonade. Again, their fingers brushed just as they'd done with the helmet. The night he'd gotten back to town and they'd hung out was far more casual, but the days since, church, family brunch, and all the moments he'd spent thinking about her built something up inside that he could no longer deny. What would happen if he listened to his heart? He didn't want to think about it. Instead, he'd tell a story, one no less true than his feelings.
Based on my Uncle Clay's stories and Amelia's research, we learned that my great-great-great-grandfather, Salvador Ricardi de Malaga, of Acero, came here to the New World from Spain.
Is that where your last name Ritchie came from? Ricardi?
I reckon so.
Duke knelt and picked up a stick before writing the letters SR for Salvador Ricardi in the dirt at their feet.
I'm going to draw the family tree because that's the only way I've been able to keep track of it. Salvador eventually ended up in South Florida, where he met a woman named Helene Cruel, believed to be a pirate's daughter.
He wrote the initials HC next to SR. I take it they got married.
Duke nodded, and settled in Florida. They had 6 kids, including my great-great-grandfather, Eduardo.
He wrote the letters ER.
Unfortunately, Captain Kroll wasn't too pleased, and eventually tracked them down, but I'll get to that.
Hattie crouched beside Duke. A slight breeze wafted her cherry chapstick scent. A few loose pieces of her hair tickled her cheek. He turned briefly in her direction. Their eyes caught, and they quickly looked away, focusing on the names in the dirt as Duke drew lines, indicating the 6 children.
Eduardo married, and with his wife had Tomas, or Thomas, so my great-grandfather.
He wrote TR.
Thomas eventually went north to North Carolina and got married. He and his wife also had a son, Everett. He was my grandfather.
With the stick, he pointed and recapped.
So far, there's Salvador, my great-great-great-grandfather, Eduardo, my great-great-grandfather, Tomas, or Thomas, my great-grandfather, then Everett, my grandfather. He and his wife had my dad.
I don't think I'd be able to follow that without your rendition of the family tree. Hattie's smile flitted from him to the dirt. It was crude at best, but did the job.
The next part is where it gets a bit confusing. Amelia is still researching, but we're pretty sure whatever the maps lead to will help us understand better.
Hattie leaned in for him to go on.
About 50 years before the California gold rush, people panned for it in North Carolina. Everyone was hungry for their share. Thomas got word about the bounty out west and set out from North Carolina early. Supposedly on his way, he took a detour to Florida.
With Hattie so close, hanging on to every word of the story, song lyrics came to mind. Usually, he'd scramble them down, but all he had right then was a stick. He'd have to remember them, but he knew he'd never forget her pretty face. It was the kind to write music about. Duke swallowed hard.
Thomas had heard stories about Captain Cruel and his piracy, not just treasure, but people too. Years before, he'd kidnapped Beckett, one of Eduardo's brothers.
Did he find him? Hattie asked. Duke shrugged.
That part of the story has a dead end, but there were records of Thomas leaving Florida and continuing west and stopping here, rich with pirate treasure.
Oro, plata, diamante, she breathed.
Duke nodded, but it gets complicated. Thomas stopped here, stashed the treasure, then made it to the gold rush in time to prosper. However, rustlers and robbers took it before they got back to Texas. Because of the enemies they'd gained, they never dared to uncover the original pirate treasure they'd taken, then hidden.
So it's still out there somewhere?
And that's what Rex wants. At least we think so, Duke said.
I am not part of the gossip pipeline, and pardon me for speaking plainly, but it's well known that your families don't get along. Any idea why?
We've speculated, but it's been lost. Mostly, I think they're greedy, as crooked as the creek.
Or they could have been among the rustlers and robbers you were talking about.
Hadn't thought of that. Anyone ever tell you you're smart?
Something flickered in Hattie's eyes. Was she flattered, or was she remembering when he'd said she was pretty? It had fallen out of his mouth that night on the tailgate without him thinking, but it was as true as ever. So, what are you looking for out here? She asked after a beat. He didn't know it until right then, but he'd been looking for her. Maybe for all his life, the woman to complete him, to put words to his songs, to bring warmth to his heart, to cast sunshine on his days. Duke reached out and pulled off Hattie's eyeglasses, wanting to see her fully. She blinked a few times. Her honeysuckle eyes were more beautiful out from behind the lenses. Her tan skin was smooth and the slope of her nose strong. Hattie had a proud brow and features that popped when not wearing her glasses. She wasn't just pretty, she was beautiful. Duke's breath caught in his chest. Longing throbbed inside. He leaned in close enough he could practically taste her cherry chapstick. She looked up at him through her long lashes. Then the clip-clop of a horse's hooves interrupted the moment, jarring them both. Chapter 9. Hattie. Duke leaned in, close enough Hattie could see a couple freckles on his nose. She anticipated what would happen when the space between them closed. If she had to describe herself in 2 words, she'd probably use awkward and bumbling. However, for once, she didn't blush. She felt different, courageous, confident, safe. Something about the wildlands on the ranch, the stories from the past, and Duke's easy, lopsided smile put her at ease. Or perhaps without her glasses, the hard edges of her life softened. For the first time in recent memory, she felt like she could be herself and didn't have to hide. They were so close to kissing she could feel the warmth from his skin and was drawn to it. She inhaled sharply at the sound of an approaching horse. They pulled apart. Hattie shoved her glasses on. As the world came back into focus, reality returned, but so did something shiny strung up in a tree in the distance. The sun had hid behind clouds for much of the morning. However, just then, a beam illuminated something in a lone chinkapin oak on a hillside in the distance. Parker and Amelia rode up on horseback. Duke waved. "Hey there, did you find anything out here?" Parker asked. Hattie had the funny thought that she did. Well, aside from the shiny object in the distance, and Duke's comment that he thought she was pretty and smart. She'd found confidence, and that Aubrey was right about her crush. It was so strong it may as well have been coming out her pores. But she didn't care. Duke started to shake his head, but Hattie cut across him. "Actually, I saw something in that chinquapin oak over there." She pointed. Parker and Amelia rode over on horseback and Duke and Hattie on the quad. Without hesitating, she wrapped her arms around him. Since it was a short ride, they didn't bother with the helmets. When he sped down and then up a hill, she tightened her grip and pressed her cheek to his back. She inhaled his spicy cinnamon scent, feeling peace settle over her despite her rushing heart as the quad revved beneath them. The oak's leaves were somewhat slender and nearly as bright orange as a habanero pepper. Several danced to the ground as the foursome stood beneath it. "You said you saw something up there?" Duke asked. Hattie nodded. Without a word, both Parker and Amelia raced to the trunk and both started to climb. "They've always been competitive," Duke said, wearing a smile and shaking his head. "See anything?" he asked louder. "An old mirror tied to a branch," Amelia called down. "Just like the ones we found at the Oro and Plata spots, plus a few others." The newlyweds scrambled to the ground. When Amelia landed, she said, "Beat ya." Parker dropped and then wrapped his arms around her in a bear hug. "But I got up there first." They nuzzled each other. Duke leaned close so only Hattie could hear. "I've never seen him like this." "Love'll do that to you," Parker said. "You should try it sometime." Apparently, he'd heard just fine. Duke scuffed the leaves on the ground with his boot. "Us Ritchie men take a while to settle down, but once you lasso a cowboy, he's yours forever," Duke said. "Sound like song lyrics," Amelia added. Duke's gaze drifted over Hattie and her pulse leaped. His eyes pinned her in place as though asking a question. Would she? Could she lasso him? But then reality caught up. No, he was leaving. There was no rope long enough to tie him to Smuggler's Springs for any amount of time. He'd always be on the road with his band. "Well, we found one mirror. Let's mark this area so we don't forget," Parker said. "Do you think the treasure is buried here?" Duke asked. "So far, my father's map held an arrangement of trees that pointed to the location of another map. We don't know what these mirrors mean yet." Parker shrugged. I don't want to overstep, but can I see the maps? Hattie asked. How could you possibly overstep, Hattie? You're family. Amelia beamed a smile. A peculiar sensation pebbled over her skin and made the corners of her eyes pinch. It felt like hope. She'd been alone, without family for so long. The feeling of belonging was foreign, but she wanted to grasp it. Parker pulled the maps out of the saddlebag and smoothed them on the ground. Hattie gazed at the first one from Clay. She recalled when the pipeline flowed fast and thick, with news of his missing will, the map that turned up, and the stipulation Parker get married. Amelia said she was family, so she risked asking about it. Any idea why your dad made the rules in his will?
Because it would be the worst possible outcome, and he knew I'd do anything to keep it from happening.
Hattie had seen Clay Ritchie often enough. She never got the impression he'd do something out of desperation, especially forcing his son into marriage. Something didn't add up. She focused on the arrow pointing to the fire tower. This led you to the second map, she clarified. Amelia nodded. We can't make heads or tails out of what the labels and mirrors mean. Hattie read the Spanish words for different kinds of jewels, gold, and silver. She turned the map around and kept doing so until she was looking at it right side up again. She'd captured a photograph of the tree they sat under now, not realizing it held a mirror. But what did it mean? She tilted her head as vague shapes started to form. Parker, you saw the mirrors first, right? Hattie asked. He described the glow at sunset as one lit up and then another.
It was like a set of toppling dominoes, only instead of the pieces falling, it was like one lit up the next.
A surge of anticipation built inside. She was close. She'd figure it out if she had a bit more information. Any chance you remember which you saw first, second, third?
Parker pointed. I think it was Oro, Plata, Esmeralda. Also, it was strange. The first one had one mirror, same as the second. The third had 2 mirrors, or flashes. The third had 3, but the fourth one had 5. Couldn't make sense of it. After that, I lost track. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. That was all I needed to know. Everyone was staring at Hattie. She adjusted her eyeglasses. Do you remember the Fibonacci sequence from math? They all dipped back with uncertainty. Amelia said, I remember the name, but not the meaning. That's okay. It's simply a series of numbers that build. You get the next number in the sequence by adding the 2 before it. So it could go 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and so on. She took the leaves and arranged them in piles to demonstrate what she meant. The next number after 8 would be found by adding 5 plus 8 to get 13. I follow, Amelia said. Okay, so this gets a little nerdy, but if you make squares or quadrants out of those numbers, you get a spiral. It turned out the way she saw things aided with her photography and helped to solve mysteries.
Quadrants like how the ranch is divided? Parker asked. Oro, Plata, Lover's Crescent.
Either Duke had something in his eye or he winked at her. Something like that. She cleared her throat, flustered. Parker, you saw El Oro light up, then La Plata and Esmeralda. I'm guessing Diamante would have been next, followed by El Ruby for ruby, La Zafira for sapphire, and so on. As Hattie spoke, she traced her finger in the spiral formation formed by the labels. See, like a spiral.
Or a lasso.
Duke lifted and lowered his eyebrows and squeezed her shoulder.
Forget smart, Hattie. You're a genius.
The question is, what's right here? Hattie pointed to the center of the map where the spiral led. What exactly are we fixin' to lasso?
There's only one way to find out, Duke said, hopping on the quad.
Parker and Amelia mounted the horses, while Hattie got back on the ATV. Before the others, she and Duke got to the area designated at the center of the spiral. braking on the edge of a canyon. On horseback, they raced toward them at breakneck speed.
They're always trying to beat the other, even as kids. I guess it keeps things interesting, Duke mumbled. I'd rather be brainy than always trying to win.
He winked again. Yep, it was definitely a wink. His comment that she was smart flattered Hattie, but when he'd originally said it earlier, she recalled him saying she was pretty. She wasn't used to compliments or anything other than how hard she worked or how delicious the Cowboy crunch was from the market. If she were a genius, she'd run away from Duke and toward the hills. She was risking treasure more valuable than silver or gold. She was close to opening her heart to him, but he'd leave her too. She forced the fear away, doing her best to enjoy that afternoon in the hills. Duke stepped toward the edge of the canyon and peered down.
Oh, look at this. It's the old car wreck.
Hattie squinted into the distance. Sure enough, the shell of a rusty vehicle came into focus from the bramble. "I won," Amelia called from behind as the horse came to a halt.
Well, it looks like we have to head down there, so let the race continue, Duke said.
He helped Hattie climb down the rocky trail. Whereas before her palm would have gotten clammy, now it just felt warm. It felt right, snugged inside his. Leading them forward, he peered back as if to make sure she had her footing.
Doing all right?
She was, which was nice for a change. But what had changed? Where had the confidence come from? Her heart pounded out a truth. She worried it echoed off the canyon walls. She had what she wanted. Duke. Moments later, Amelia and Parker hustled past them, still racing. That time, Parker took the lead. Amelia clobbered him with kisses.
Seems like the prize makes all that fuss worthwhile, Duke said.
Hattie giggled.
So what do we have here? He asked his cousin. An old car, Packard twin roadster.
In my research, I confirmed that it's circa 1926, Amelia said.
How on earth did it get down here?
Duke asked. Parker shrugged.
That was my question exactly.
Unfortunately, we still know little, except that a man named Richard Beckett purchased it in Florida. Amelia paced a circle around it. Hattie's head jerked to Duke as she recalled the story of his family tree. Do you mean Beckett Riccardi? Hattie asked. Parker's mouth dropped open.
It's confirmed. She's a genius. See? Told ya, Duke said with an air of pride. Still, how and why is it here?
And why did the spiral lead us to it? Without an answer, the four of them started poking around.
Watch out for scorpions and snakes, Parker called, hopping back. The car might be dead, but these critters are alive and well.
Hattie wasn't interested in finding that out for herself, so she kept her distance, tracing any possible route from the surface of the canyon down. Obviously, it had crashed, but unless the trails were wider and clearer than they were now, there was no way the vehicle would have been able to gain enough speed to land where it did. She told Amelia, who also hung back. A slow, rusty creak came from the other side of the old car. Then Duke said,
I found something.
He flipped over a tire-shaped object covered in tattered canvas.
These old cars kept the spare tire strapped on the back, Parker explained.
Duke groaned as he hefted the thing.
Unless rubber used to weigh more, I don't think this is a tire.
He and Parker pulled off the canvas to reveal a circular metal box. It had a metal clasp. Do we dare? Amelia asked. Hang on, let me photograph it for your book. Hattie pulled out her camera and clicked away as they opened the box. They all crouched around it. Duke was so close, his arm pressed against hers. A little thrill shot through her. Aubrey's comments the night before came to mind, and she realized she hadn't thought much about the market all day. She might regret it later, but she was glad to have taken the day off and spend it with Duke and helping his family in the treasure hills of Texas. Fitting perfectly inside the circumference of the metal container was another map. Duke's lazy smile broadened as his eyes slid to Hattie's.
Today just keeps getting better and better.
Chapter 10. Duke. Parker flipped over the metal box. Metal pinged against metal. "Hang on, Sir Speedy," Amelia said. "I heard it too." Hattie dug into the grass, looking for whatever the sound was. Something moved, and it wasn't metal, though it was roughly the same rusty color. Like when parents rush in to help a child in danger or lift a vehicle, a surge of adrenaline rushed through Duke. He tugged Hattie out of the way of a scorpion. She toppled into him with a mild shriek. He landed on his back, and she was smack on top of him. Their chests heaved as they each caught their breath. Their gazes met. Her eyes were wide and her glasses slightly askew. But her lips. Despite the close call with the scorpion, he couldn't avoid the desire that filled him at her proximity.
"Are you okay?"
Duke's drawl rasped. She nodded slowly. "Yeah, thanks for saving me."
"I saw it too,"
Parker said, echoing Hattie's earlier comment.
"Scorpions like moist places, and under that box was no exception. Let's head back to the house and study this map."
Only Hattie didn't get up right away. She held Duke's gaze. His pulse tripled. He wanted to pick up where they'd left off before his cousin and Amelia showed up on horseback. Parker and Amelia stood there like they were at a starting line, eager to race back to the house. Hattie and Duke finally moved, getting to their feet. She glanced around in the grass, toeing a few clumps with her shoe. "I did hear something metal, though." Duke scanned the area before spotting something glint in the sunlight. He bent over and picked up an old skeleton key made of iron. He held it by the tip. The other end, the part that a person would grip to slide it into a lock, was oval and had a cross in the center. "I wonder if it opens a treasure chest," Hattie said.
"Maybe we'll find out."
He winked. Duke passed it to Parker, who slid it into his shirt pocket. They headed back to the main house on the Ritchie property to study the third map. Unlike the other two, instead of being a rough topographical representation of the ranch land, it was of the night sky. Seated at one end of the long farm table, they turned it every which way, but spotted nothing distinct, other than the words across the top. "Look at the truth. Look in the heart. Look to the west."
Can we even be sure this is a map? What if the owner of the car simply had an affinity for stargazing?
Amelia brightened. 2 reasons. 1, see this little hole right here? She pointed. Duke peered closer. It was so small it was hardly distinguishable.
"Could be a pinhole," Parker said.
Amelia shook her head. "Nope, this is an orientation point. Like a star on a map at the mall that says you are here. It's small, so it doesn't interfere with the rest of the constellations."
"So where is here?" Duke asked.
"I guess we have to wait for nightfall to find out. I should probably go soon. Make sure Aubrey made out okay at the market today," Hattie said. "Hang on, take one of these with you." Amelia had run off copies of the map in the home office.
"We're lucky to have you helping, Hattie. If there's anything I can do to," Parker said.
"No need. I'm happy to help."
"Well, if that Mustang of yours ever needs work, consider it paid for. Just bring it over to the shop. I don't think we would have been able to sort out the second map in the spiral without you."
Duke nodded.
"I'm wondering who came up with something so clever."
"If I had to place bets, I'd say it was your grandfather Everett," Amelia said.
"Why's that?" Parker asked.
Duke snapped his fingers.
"Remember he loved riddles, puzzles, and card games? He was a numbers guy."
Amelia nodded. "I have some old diaries of his. I just checked when I was in the office, and sure enough, there are entries where he's working out a sequence of numbers, the Fibonacci sequence. So if Clay made the first map, Everett made the second one, Does this mean your great-grandfather Thomas made the third one? Hattie asked, pointing to the one with stars.
I guess the real question is, was he a stargazer?
Amelia dropped a piece of paper on the table. I have library records going back to the beginning. Yep, Thomas fancied himself an astronomer. The paper showed his name and a list of books he'd borrowed.
Wow,
Duke breathed. Shortly after, they said their goodbyes. Duke and Hattie went out to the quad to ride back to his parents' house where her car was parked. His skin felt electric with excitement over that, and with Hattie so close, gripping him tightly. He didn't want her to leave. He didn't want the day to be over. Discovery from the past, and maybe, just maybe, a future with her filled him. The next morning, Duke hit the trail with Parker, his father, and a few others, including cousins Jameson, Harrison, and Camden. They explained Hattie's genius and their discoveries. Duke hadn't been able to stop thinking of Hattie the night before. He considered calling on her to see if she wanted to stargaze, but it was still cloudy. The sky was bright blue, so maybe they could try that night. While they rode the trails on horseback, the guys discussed what kind of treasure there might be.
I'll tell you one thing, Duke. It was good of you to bail us out. We've nearly gotten all the repairs done that were on that notice from the town inspector. There are also a few we're contesting. I haven't had enough funds left over to increase the ranch hand's pay, Parker said.
Heaven knows Jordan, Kyle, and Brett are worth their weight in gold,
Hunter added.
I'm glad to help,
Duke said. They discussed the financial difficulties the ranch faced.
If we find gold in these hills, that'll set things right for our grandkids,
Hunter said, cutting a glance at his son.
Speaking of that, it's not my place to ask, but Shawnee has been hounding me. Any plans for you and Amelia to have kids?
Hunter asked.
As soon as we get Rex out of our hair, we'd both like to start a family, Parker replied. How about you, Duke? Yesterday it looked like you'd rather spend time with Hattie than eat chicken fried steak, and I happen to know that's your favorite.
Hunter pulled on his reins slightly.
Is that so?
His smile widened.
Your mama is going to...
Duke interrupted. His father was going to report to his mom what Parker had said. Duke didn't deny it, but if she had the gall to ask about Parker and Amelia having a family, she was certainly resisting saying as much to her son, but it was coming.
Dad, you know I'm leaving, and you know how hard that is. Hard to have relationships, I mean.
Yeah, but you'll come back if it's for the right woman, and Hattie is as bright as a new penny, figuring out the lasso and all.
Hunter wasn't wrong. They rode along the trails, stopping at the different areas marked with mirrors before finally arriving at the car wreck. Everyone speculated, but as the sun dipped across the sky, Duke cared less about the mystery they were trying to solve and more about what Hattie was doing, what she was wearing, who she was with. Did she like chicken fried steak? What was her favorite song? Did she like cats or dogs? He was fond of the former. He wanted to know everything about her. After they tended to the horses, Duke drove into town with the excuse that he wanted to eat another turkey sandwich for dinner. A car honked as it passed, distracting him. He glanced over his shoulder at the same time as he tried pushing through the door to the market. There was resistance, and he turned back around. Hattie's face smashed against the glass of the door. Even from the other side, he heard a soft, snapping sound. She backed up, and he rushed to her side.
I saved you from a scorpion, but did I just break your face?
Hattie half giggled, half winced. Nope, I'm fine. These are not. She took off her glasses. Duke felt terrible and apologized profusely. No, it was my fault. I'm all elbows, butterfingers. My mother always said I was clumsy. If I'd been looking where I was going instead of over my shoulder, asking Dakota about her next shift, I would have seen you open the door. He straightened her glasses as best he could, and then delicately put them back on her face. His knuckles brushed her cheek. Instead of a zip of warmth rushing through him, it was more like a steady burn, a simmer. He realized it had been close to boiling since he'd arrived back in town and hung out with her that first night. He let out a stilted breath.
Do you have a backup pair?
She shook her head. Just contacts. Don't worry about it. It's okay. The discussion earlier about the trouble at the ranch, which had prompted him to think about the market, became clearer just then. Standing in front of him, Hattie was as bright as a new penny, as his father had said, even though he'd been referring to her smarts. However, the rest of the market was well used but worn. The floor needed refinishing, twine held together one of the stools, and a bucket in the corner caught a drip from the ceiling. Fresh paint would bring an improvement, along with numerous other repairs and updates. The market had character, and that was what people loved about it. But Duke didn't want to see the place crumble around Hattie. She worked so hard and was on her own. He wanted to help her. A display of postcards caught his eye.
Hey, are these your photos?
Hattie nodded and smiled wide. Yep, I use an online service to make them into postcards.
Impressive. I'd love to see more. Did you have a chance to develop the ones you took at Ritchie Ranch the other day?
My camera has a digital feature so I can shoot both ways, meaning I can look at them before I get them developed. But no, I haven't had a chance to look. She chewed the inside of her cheek.
If Dusty were in town, I'd ask you to take some of the band.
Then again, he had his doubts that they'd be together much longer, considering the way things were going. Thinking about breaking up twisted his insides. Duke turned his attention back to Hattie.
You close in an hour, right?
She nodded.
I know a guy who's a pro at prepping popcorn and cleaning up. If I help, can we leave at 9 on the nose and go check out some more of your work? Maybe go stargazing? It's a clear night.
She continued to bite the inside of her cheek as though suppressing a smile. I have to work on the hot sauce and the fall fair and
I'm here to help. If I don't find something to do, I'll be labeled lazy. No member of the Ritchie family worth their salt could live that down.
She relented, and once more they cleaned up together. Duke had been making a mental list that sounded more like song lyrics about the many reasons he liked Hattie Swan. Her beauty with those honeysuckle eyes that reminded him of sweet, sweet summer. Her intelligence with her whip-smart mind, lassoing his cowboy senses. He added that she was real, true blue. She didn't try to impress him. It was refreshing. When it came to swarming fans, being back home wasn't as bad as some of the cities he visited, which was a relief. Countless times he'd been mobbed, followed, and even had dinners interrupted. Once he had to visit a doctor for an ear infection while in Tulsa. Every nurse in the building was clamoring at the door while the doctor was trying to diagnose him. It didn't help that they were whisper shouting, making it harder to hear the doctor. He missed writing and playing music, but he didn't miss that. For the first time, breaking up the band didn't terrify him. There was something, or rather someone, he wanted more. He wanted a relationship with Hattie, and he couldn't do that from the road. When the clock clicked to 9, Hattie locked up. You didn't have to do that.
No, but I wanted to. Plus, I grabbed a turkey sandwich. I'll pay you back tomorrow.
Consider it a barter.
Good to know you operate in turkey sandwiches. How about coffee? If I put in a few extra hours, can I earn a cup?
She giggled. The sun cast orange light almost as bright as the oak tree's leaves. The chinquapin oak. The one she knew the name of that he could never remember. The one where she saw the flash of light just before they got interrupted by Parker and Amelia, just when they were about to kiss. The night was cool, crisp. It wasn't the perfect spot, but the market was Hattie's second home. Comfortable, familiar. It was as good a place as any. His eyes swept over her. It was nearly dark, but her cheeks tinted pink, as though realizing they were picking up where they left off the other day. A dog barked in the distance, and a car's brakes squealed out on the state road. Otherwise, it was quiet. What did the duck say when she bought lipstick? Hattie asked, breaking the silence. Duke's lips quirked. If you want a free cup of coffee, you have to answer the joke. Her eyes danced with mirth. He recalled the chalkboard in the market with the joke of the day. Usually they were corny, but everyone laughed a little, even if silently. If they denied it, they were on a first-name basis with the devil. Duke lifted his eyebrows for the punchline. Hattie repeated the joke, then said, "You can put it on my bill." "Can I?" Duke smoothed the small hairs from the side of Hattie's face and bent closer. Her chin tipped up. Their gazes collided. She nodded. Her breath tickled his cheek. Then a car honked, startling them both. Chapter 11. Hattie. Hattie nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of a car honking. For the second time, she and Duke had come so close to kissing. Her body hummed with a combination of excitement, nervousness, and desire. He wore a couple of days' worth of stubble along his defined jawline. It only highlighted his lopsided smile, the one that always made her wonder what he was thinking, and why it wasn't a full smile. A little voice in her head reminded her she had no business kissing Duke Ritchie, but the car honked again, silencing it. Dread barged in, replacing her fluttery feelings from the almost kiss. She hoped Rex wasn't there to bother them again. Instead, a nondescript sedan pulled up a foot away from where she and Duke stood. The window rolled down, and Leah Boyle sat in the driver's seat, waving profusely. "Howdy, handsome. It's been so long. I figured if I waited around long enough, you'd turn up. How about we go back to my place and pick up where we left off?" Leah smirked. Duke's hand had been on Hattie's shoulder. He removed it then and waved awkwardly. A chilly breeze passed through and she shivered. "Oh, hi," Leah said to Hattie. "Still have those braids, huh? And it looks like you need to fix your glasses." She blinked a few times at how forward and presumptuous Leah was. She was acquainted with the former cheerleader, prom queen, and favorite among the guys while in high school, and she dated Duke. Back then, she was such a classic mean girl, with subtle jabs that Hattie almost ignored, but it stung right then. Maybe because Duke was there to see it. "Hi, Leah." Hattie's fingers absently lifted to one of her braids. She shrunk as she'd always done in front of the popular girl. Leah got out of the car. "Come on, Duke. What are you waiting for? It's been years. We have so much to catch up on, if you know what I mean." Leah's voice bubbled with suggestion. The space between his eyebrows pinched. Leah snatched his hand. "I can't let you go this time. How long are you in town for? I heard the Cowboys are performing at the fall fair." She shimmied her shoulders. "And I'm going to be your date. It'll be like old times." He said nothing, as if he was dazed. The dread doubled in weight. Was he happy to see Leah again, ready to pick up where things left off as she'd said, but not sure how to let Hattie down easily? Hattie swallowed back against a tight throat. "I'd better go." "Duke, say you'll be my date to the fall fair and barn dance." Leah had practically draped herself over him. There was no way Hattie could stand up to his old flame. Hardly able to keep her shoulders lifted, she fought against defeat, pressed them back, and started walking to her car. "See you around," she muttered to both of them. Duke suddenly sprang back to life. "Leah?" He shook his head slowly. "The only catching up we have is for you to make an apology for cheating on me with Ambrose Higgins at prom." Leah waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, come on. That was ages ago. Beer under the bridge. I can't help that all the girls on squad dared me to drink that night. I made a bad choice one time. Duke, we were a couple. The couple at Smuggler Springs High School."
We're not in high school anymore, Leah.
Duke's tone was gentle but firm at the same time. Well, at least take me to the fall fair and let me show you how sorry I am for everything, Leah pouted. Duke's footsteps crunched over the gravel parking lot. He joined Hattie at her side, placing his hand on her shoulder where it had been before Leah's arrival. Glancing at her with warmth in his eyes, he said,
I already have a date.
Her eyebrows shot up, and an army of butterflies fluttered in. Hattie worried she hovered off the ground. What Duke said about having a date jumbled. She couldn't find her words.
And we have to get to work planning things for the event. Have a good evening, Leah.
Without another word, Duke opened the driver's side of the Mustang. He stood tall with unshakable confidence.
Will you join me at the fall fair? I can't promise you every dance in the barn because I'll be playing, but I'll save the best ones for you.
Hattie was glad she was seated, because those were the last words she ever expected to hear from Duke Ritchie's mouth. He stood there expectantly. I'd be delighted, she said after finding her breath. Leah sped out of the parking lot, kicking up the gravel with her car's tires. A furrow returned to Duke's forehead, but he got in his truck, calling,
See you at your place.
Panic seized Hattie. She'd lived alone for so long, she had thought little about the state of things back home. Hot sauce-making supplies filled the kitchen counter. Fall fest planning occupied the kitchen table. Laundry covered the sofa. She wasn't overly messy, but her only guest was Aubrey, who was messy, and considered Hattie a neat freak. She gave the Mustang gas and sped back to the house ahead of Duke to get things cleaned up. Her underwear was on the couch, for goodness sakes. It was clean, but still. However, he must have taken her burst of speed to be a race, like between Amelia and Parker, and remained right behind her. She braked in front of the garage and ran inside, leaving the screen door slapping closed behind her. Picking up the laundry off the couch, she threw it on her bed, then slid dozens of magazines, books, and an empty bag of gummy bears off the coffee table and into the laundry basket. She shoved that in a closet. A light rap came from the door.
Hello? Duke drawled. Everything okay?
There was no time to make her house more presentable. Yeah, fine, she called. Just needed to put in my contacts since someone broke my glasses, she teased. Forcing the panic out of her voice, she said, Come on in, make yourself at home. I'll be right out. She rooted through the medicine cabinet for the box holding her contacts. Her long work hours and the ease of slipping on her glasses kept her from ever wearing them. The front door closed. Duke's boots echoed from the kitchen. With shaking fingers, she opened the box, then belatedly read the instructions. I can do this, she said, and took a deep breath. Balancing the lens on the end of her finger, she held her eye open with her other hand. Staring at the lens as it approached her eyes, she flung herself back. The lens dropped from her finger. I can't do this, Hattie whimpered. From the kitchen, a chair scraped across the floor. Duke was making himself at home, all right. Too bad her home was a sty. Stuffing her glasses back on her face, she whispered, Duke Ritchie is out there. I have to do this. Fortunately, she found the contact lens, cleaned it, and tried again. The sight of the thing approaching her eye like an aircraft carrier made her flinch a second time, and she knocked a bunch of bath products off the counter. A moment later, a light knock sounded on the other side of the door.
Everything okay in there? Duke asked.
Yeah, she croaked.
The trick is not to look at it.
She tilted her head. Huh?
Don't look at the contact lens while you're bringing to your eye.
Then how will I know what I'm doing?
Look in the mirror. Unfocus your other eye. It's hard to describe. Just trust that you can do it.
Hattie closed her eyes for a moment and drew a deep breath. She wouldn't think about how he was tutoring her on how to insert contact lenses, or that he was standing in her hall, or that he'd asked her to be his date. She blinked open her eyes, did as Duke suggested, and was successful. She had to blink a few more times to get the lens into place, but she could see. "Wow, thanks," she said.
I take it you were successful?
Before she answered, she pulled open the door and smiled. Sans eyeglasses. "I can see. How did you know what to do?" She wanted to hug him, but ushered them back to the kitchen. Duke's boot caught on something underfoot, and he faltered. He bent over to pick the item up, and Hattie launched herself at him, grabbing a pair of underwear that must have been orphaned when she tossed everything on her bed. With red cheeks, she flung them into her room, shut the door, and tried to pretend it didn't happen. Duke's eyes danced with amusement.
I also wear contacts, and if you must know, underwear too.
Hattie swallowed thickly.
Also, if you're concerned about things...
He gestured around the space, which wasn't in as much disarray as she'd thought on the drive over, but not picture-perfect either.
Don't be. From being on tour so much, I don't even own a home. At least, not yet.
Hattie froze, unable to speak or move.
Despite how Leo was acting, I'm just a regular guy.
No, he wasn't. He was Duke Ritchie. Then his stomach rumbled.
Come on, I have a turkey sandwich to eat, and we have some planning to do.
He disappeared into the kitchen. Hattie stepped slowly after him. She was in shock, awe, or something else. Something that made her heart patter, the butterflies inside flutter, and caused her to overall feel better. But in the stark light of the kitchen, the work ahead pressed down on her. The hot sauce, fall fare, and the market. Where did she start? After a bite, Duke said,
"So, catch me up. What do we have to do?"
She scuttled around the kitchen, showing him the various stages of hot sauce production, and then presented the 3-ring binder from the 9 years her parents organized the fall fair. "I usually just follow suit, but this marks the 20th year. I wanted to go big."
"As you do here in Texas,"
Duke smiled. As she flipped through the binder, nostalgia washed over her. "Do you miss it here?"
"Not right now. I am here. The pace is slow. There's room to breathe, to think. When I'm on the road, I miss it. But there's hardly time to remember where I am, no less where I'm not."
"Do you miss being on the road?" Duke set his sandwich down and gazed at the wall, covered in her mother's farmhouse-style decor, with a rooster, tractor, and hay bale strip of wallpaper along the top.
"I've been thinking a lot about it. We leave in November, be back in February. I'll let you know when I'm there whether I missed it."
Hattie didn't quite understand and tilted her head. His fingers twined around hers, and she let go of the binder. It was like he was anchoring himself to her.
"What we do have is right now. I count myself blessed for every moment. Every moment with you, Hattie Swan."
Her cheeks flamed. She couldn't hide behind her glasses. Duke's lopsided smile took a more symmetrical shape. Like the crescent moon visible through the window, it moved a little more toward being balanced. Her heart stuttered at the sight. If it wasn't for the heat in her cheeks, she'd be sure she'd died right then. It was a smile she'd never seen before.
"Now, by the looks of things, you have too much dip on your chip,"
Duke said, bringing her back to life, to the moment. She breathed deep. "I'd say I have too much hot sauce on my chip. But yeah, about the same thing." It was true. All the work overwhelmed her.
"I'm here to help. Give me a rundown, assign me a job, or 10. Let's do this."
Enthusiasm laced his voice. "You don't have..." Duke's smile fell. She wanted to take the words back, anything to return that nearly perfect smile to his lips.
You helped me and my family. You're stuck with me, Hattie Swan.
There was no arguing with that. For the first time in a long time, she felt a little less alone in the house. They lost track of the next hours as they alternately made plans, lists, and reminisced about previous fall fairs, mostly from when they were younger. Of course, Duke recalled the lemonade stand. They shared funny stories. Some were cute, others made her cringe. Why was being a teenager filled with so many embarrassing moments?
I have more embarrassing moments from adulthood. Try walking on stage in a concert hall with your fly down, spinach between your teeth, or...
Yeah, but you're the kind of guy that can get away with stuff like that. His eyebrow arched.
And why is that?
Because you're handsome, charming, and... she blurted, wishing she could rewind to the moment when he'd nearly picked her underwear up off the floor. I can't believe I just said that. When you turn 13, they should send you a letter to prepare you for years of awkwardness.
Duke frowned. There is not, and was not anything embarrassing about you, Hattie.
He spoke with authority. Once more, she couldn't argue with him, even though an argument against that filled her mouth.
We both have birthdays coming up. It's strange getting older, coming back here and being reminded of who you were.
He sighed. She worried he was thinking about Leah and second-guessing his request that Hattie join him at the fall fair.
I suppose that helps me better know who I am,
he said, then captured her gaze in his. Despite the barrier of his contacts, his blue eyes pierced something inside of her.
And I know that I am a man that likes you, Hattie. I like you a lot.
Forget her cheeks. Her entire body went up in flames. She was hotter than the bowl full of habaneros on the counter. She sparked and lit and blazed like the stars in the sky. Chapter 12. Duke. Hattie captivated Duke. He wasn't embarrassed or afraid for her to know that either. She was adorable and pretty and beautiful. She was everything and more. Without realizing it at the time, meeting her was the reason he'd returned to Smuggler's Springs. Someday he wanted her to be the reason he returned. But he didn't want to think about his inevitable departure. Should we bottle up that batch of hot sauce? She cleared her throat and pointed to the counter.
Sure.
His voice was raspy, filled with longing. Whatever you do, don't touch your eyes, she warned. They made quick work of filling the bottles, then cleaned up. Hattie pulled out a bag of tortilla chips to sample the sauce. Duke used the bathroom and then shouted. She'd said not to touch his eyes, but didn't include other sensitive parts. You okay in there? She called.
Not exactly.
He tried to steady his voice.
The hot sauce and...
She banged on the door. Oh no, she said, as though realizing what he'd done. Duke, do not use hot water. It'll make it worse. Try the soap on the counter and cold water. Do not, I repeat, do not use hot water. If that doesn't work, I'll bring some milk. He didn't want to think about what he was supposed to do with the milk, but thankfully the first approach worked well enough. Concern streaked Hattie's face when he entered the kitchen.
Lesson learned. I will never make that mistake again.
It's the capsaicin that irritates the skin. It's the stuff that makes the peppers hot.
If I was getting tired before, I'm wide awake now,
he chuckled. She pulled out a bag of tortilla chips. I was going to suggest we sample this stuff before we call it a night, but I understand if you're wary. Despite the unfortunate placement of the hot sauce, something about being with Hattie made him feel invincible. He grinned.
I can't say no to that. I'd better make sure it goes down easily enough.
Her gaze lingered on his lips, as if looking for something to kiss, or... It was the same look when he'd smiled before, but he couldn't quite read it. They each took a bite of a corn chip drizzled with hot sauce at the same time. Duke whooped. It was a success.
This is so good. You have to sell it at the market. Maybe even have an online store. The Cowboys will definitely endorse it. It'll be our official product. And you never know, it might give things a boost.
He spoke the last part carefully. It wasn't his business to get into her financial affairs, but surely she saw that she worked too hard and didn't have much to show for it, including time off. Hattie closed her eyes and made a little noise of delight. I had my doubts, but this tastes as good as my daddy used to make. My mom was his official taster, and I think she'd approve. Tears filled Hattie's eyes. She clamped her hand around her mouth. She must have gotten a seed, even though they'd strained the sauce.
You okay? Eat another chip. Do you need water?
He got to his feet, not sure how to quell the heat. Her head drifted back and forth. No, I can handle the spice. It's just that... Her lips parted slightly. Duke, I haven't been able to talk about my parents. I haven't spoken the words mom or dad, referring to them since... Duke's jaw lowered. I couldn't. Her lips trembled. I was so afraid of what would happen if I talked about them that I would be reminded of how alone I am.
You're not alone, Hattie, Duke was quick to say. You have the entire Ritchie family, me, and God.
A deep crease formed between her eyes.
You don't look too sure about that, but I promise you that it's true.
Just as she'd blurted about the hot sauce and her parents, she confessed that she hadn't prayed in years. He took them away, Duke. People told me it was part of God's plan, that it happened for a reason. He shook his head.
That's not how the Lord works, darling. Yes, bad things happen, tragic things, that cannot be denied. But the God I believe in, an all-powerful God, didn't plan for your parents to die, or have a greater reason for such a terrible thing.
How do you know?
First, it was an accident. Second, asking why does God let bad things happen isn't the right question. God doesn't want bad things to happen. God is loving and kind and good.
That doesn't change that they're gone. Her voice was strained.
Of anyone, God understands.
Her eyes widened. How could you say that? If he understands, then why? Duke took her hand and placed the key they'd found by the car wreck in it. Duke, I'm sorry. She moved away. He held tight to her fingers.
Look at what is inside.
He turned to the wall, where a cross hung and pointed. He couldn't claim to have been a perfect believer. While on the road, he'd stumbled and sinned more than a few times. However, there came a point when he decided he'd rather live in a world where he believed, where he had faith, than one where he didn't. There was too much ugliness to lose hope. There was too much beauty for redemption not to exist. Not letting go, Duke pulled Hattie outside. Wood smoke and dry leaves filled the air. The moon was a slender crescent. He pointed skyward.
See those 6 stars? That's the Northern Cross. God loves you and is always pointing us toward Jesus. Same as the key. Same as the cross on the wall. He's everywhere if you let him in.
Duke knocked his fist against his heart.
He knows your pain, Hattie. In fact, he wants you to offer it up to him, to reunite with him.
Hattie stumbled backward, as though belatedly realizing something. He lost his son. Duke nodded. She understood what he'd meant about God understanding her grief.
It's true that in a way he lost his son, but it's also true that we gained a savior.
Again, her eyes misted over. Instead of sadness or happy tears, it was like she was being washed anew with the truth. She wasn't left alone. Jesus was always there.
Will you pray with me now?
Duke asked, taking a risk. They held hands and did so. He prayed that her heart would remain open to the truth of unceasing love between her and her Maker, between her and him. When Duke went quiet, Hattie kept her hands in his for a moment longer before looking up. "Thank you for that." Her eyes were soft, serene. "Thank you for helping with everything inside, too." He nodded.
My pleasure.
"I'd better finish cleaning up." She moved toward the house and stepped on his heel.
Are you trying to get back at me for busting your glasses by giving me a flat tire?
He said around a chuckle. "Neither. I'm sorry. It's dark, and I'm clumsy. I'm so embarrassed."
Nah, Hattie, don't be. I'm just teasing. If anything, I suppose it's a reminder that I need to take off these boots and kick back.
He pointed to the hammock in the backyard.
Want to gaze at the stars a little longer?
Hand in hand, they walked over to the wide hammock. Her hands weren't as soft as he'd have liked, but only because he didn't want to see her work as hard as she did. He wanted to take care of her, but Hattie, like the Ritchies, wasn't lazy or idle. Even if she hired an entire crew, he was sure she'd keep busy at the market. But maybe he could convince her to be a little less busy. They each sat down on the hammock perpendicular and then reclined on the hammock's netting and planted their feet on the ground to remain steady. Wearing just an oversized sweater, she shivered and inched closer to him. Once more, his hand found hers. Gripping her palm under his was second best to breathing in her cherry chapstick scent. Duke propped his head up with his free arm and found the Northern Cross. With the reminder of what it meant, and with Hattie so near, deep peace washed through him. He tilted his head to face her. She was already looking at him. Their gazes locked.
Do you think the third time is the charm?
She must have known what he meant, because she bent closer and gave the slightest nod. "Let's find out." Their lips met. The moment was like softly falling leaves, like an autumn breeze, like cinnamon and sugar. If emptiness existed in the world or in him, she filled it. They both carefully tilted onto their sides, still partially suspended in the hammock. Duke ran his fingers up her arm. The back of his hand brushed her cheek. Her breath was warm and sweet. Her palm cupped the back of his neck, drawing him closer. The kiss was soft and gentle, yet robust and rich. It was everything he wanted, and nothing he could have ever imagined until that moment. She curled closer to him, deepening the kiss. He wanted to tangle his fingers in her hair, but braids bound it. Would he be the man to untie them someday? Would they have a future? He had no idea, but he knew what he wanted. Her small fist gripped his shirt, as though reminding him that whatever happened, they had right then, and not to miss a moment of it. The thought drew him further into the kiss, made his pulse increase, his heart pound. It didn't stop when they drew apart. It kept up its steady rhythm when her eyes flickered to his, when the corners of her lips tipped into a smile, when her gaze lifted to the sky. "When I was little, I'd spot my parents out here at night after I went to bed. Once I'd had a bad dream and found them out here. My mom pointed out all the animals in the sky, including Cygnus the swan. She said it was a constellation just for us because of our last name. See, it's flying west," Hattie said. Duke looked heavenward.
That's the Northern Cross, same as I showed you earlier.
She tilted her head, observing. "Are you sure?"
He nodded. It's composed of some of the same stars. I like to think of it as the cross because it reminds me to keep my eyes on Jesus. But you're right. Yes, it's part of the bigger swan constellation.
"I like that." Her eyes sparkled like the sky above, drawing his attention up. A thought hung there, waiting for him to grasp it like the tail of a shooting star.
Hattie, what did you say about the swan flying west?
The pattern in the sky resembled something familiar, something he'd seen recently. "That's what my mom said." She jumped to her feet, pulling him up with her. "The map!" Duke hooted.
Do you think the Northern Cross points to Jesus and the treasure?
They scrambled toward the house where Hattie had a copy, laughing and tripping over each other all the way as they hugged, having moved a click closer to solving the mystery of the map and what they meant to each other. Chapter 13. Hattie. Autumn was Hattie's favorite time of year. The colorful leaves, the cinnamon, apples, and the reminder that even though everything eventually fell away, there was still the promise of heaven. Since the night she and Duke stood under the sky and prayed, she felt as though her parents were looking down on her, watching over her. Like Jesus, had they been there all along? She'd prayed for forgiveness for not praying. She prayed for an increase in faith. She prayed that so long as she lived, she'd never divide herself from God's love again. The fall fair was the next day. She had plenty to do, but it was early, just after dawn. Mist hung in the air with the sun trying to peek through, casting dewdrops into shiny crystals. The damp red leaves transformed into rubies, and the dry grass into a carpet of gold. It was a magical morning. Captivated by the light, she took her camera and went outside. The single-story ranch that Hattie had grown up in looked lonely as she walked into the backyard and toward the stand of trees. A pair of warblers flitted among the branches. She wandered around the creek. Bright yellow leaves floated on the surface like a brigade of rubber ducks, reminding her of playing back there when she was a kid. Rocks worn smooth by the water reminded her of time. Contentment washed through her. Nothing had changed. The market was still struggling. She still worked too hard. She was still single. Yet everything had changed. Duke had helped her. She had a potential hot sauce empire. She'd reconnected with Jesus, and Hattie was in love. The kiss in the hammock was like she'd experienced a lifetime's worth of dark, moonless night skies. Then the clouds parted, revealing the splendor of the stars. She relived the kiss then, the way his fingers smoothed the wisps of hair by her temples. Tenderness. The way his lips brushing hers showered her with delightful shivers. Confidence. The way his touch warmed her, increased her pulse. Desire. Bubbles and butterflies rose inside all over again. After taking numerous photos of the breathtaking autumn morning, Hattie drove to the market to find Aubrey's car in the lot. She rushed to find her friend's eyes closed and her head leaning against the window of the Honda. Hattie knocked rapidly on the glass. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" Aubrey bolted upright, wide-eyed. Then her shoulders relaxed and she rubbed her eyes. "I thought you got here at dawn. I dragged my tired carcass out of bed, but the market was empty." I took a few photos, lost track of time." Guilt pushed hard against her relative tardiness. Hattie usually left her house no later than 5 a.m., sometimes earlier, but her parents had never stepped foot in the place before 6. "Is that code for something?" Aubrey asked, getting out of her car. Hattie shook her head and walked toward the back entrance. "Is that code for something?" "That's just what I asked," Aubrey said. "No, I mean, are you asking me if what I said was code for something was actually code for something else?" "It's way before my wake time. That's the opposite of bedtime, if you didn't know. For me to make any sense of what either of us is saying, I need caffeine." "I told you to kick the habit." Hattie flipped on the lights inside the market. "I'll never understand how you function without it." Aubrey slouched against the counter. In short order, Hattie had the place ready for business, and a fresh cup of coffee with ample amounts of sugar and milk in Aubrey's hands. "Much better. Now, where have you been, Henrietta Hope Swan?" "I'm getting the 3rd degree again." "No, but I heard a rumor that Leah visited Duke, but his attention was on someone else." She's taken to calling you the Black Swan. The what? A play on your last name and the Black Swan metaphor. You know, a black swan is a thing that comes out of nowhere as a surprise. A long time ago, people didn't think that black swans were real. Then, lo and behold, someone saw one. Are you saying that Leah didn't think I was dateable by someone like Duke Ritchie? Hattie asked, aghast. Aubrey sipped her coffee. I'm saying Leah is full of herself. She wasn't wrong. I'd also like to know exactly what happened on the night in question. Leah Mina showed up, tried to win Duke back, then what? Hattie tried to suppress a smile as wide as the blue sky floating over Texas. Aubrey got to her feet and marched over. I have never seen that look on your face. No, scratch that, I've seen it once. The day Duke Ritchie asked if you'd done problem 12 on the math homework sophomore year. Hattie's nose wrinkled. How do you remember that? You talked about it 1,000,000 times, no exaggeration. Spill all the details, now. Between ringing up the early morning regulars, Hattie told her best friend all about how Duke had tutored her on how to insert her contacts. How he nearly stumbled over a pair of her underwear, planning the fall fair and the hot sauce debacle. That's not all. What else? Aubrey demanded. He asked me to be his date to the fall fair. Aubrey bounced on her toes. That means we need to go shopping. Okay, there's more. You still have that look. Hattie mentioned how they'd prayed together and that he'd helped her reunite with her faith. Aubrey's lips parted. Then her eyes narrowed, knowing Hattie wasn't done. Then later we kissed. Oh, and we sort of figured out another clue to the map mystery. Back up. Tell me about praying together. Hattie shifted from foot to foot. Business in the market was picking up as the clock rounded the 8 o'clock hour. Plus, she didn't really want to discuss that. It was personal, intimate, along with what came later. She'd kissed Duke Ritchie and wasn't the kind of girl to tell. But Aubrey was her best friend and would demand an overview. The pair agreed to meet that evening and go to Austin to shop, but only if Aubrey promised to cover a couple ticket booth shifts at the fall fair. Hattie hadn't been to the mall in over 2 years. They'd redone the floors and several shops were closed or replaced. With authority, Aubrey led the way. Maybe next time we go dress shopping, it'll be for a gown. Like for a ball? You've been to the fall fair. It's pretty down home. Aubrey sauntered into a dress shop like she owned the place. No, silly, a gown for a wedding. The woman behind the counter greeted her like an old friend. Maybe she did own the place. Aubrey was spunky, a bit mysterious, and something of a black swan herself. She never needed to study, yet got straight A's in school. She wasn't athletic, but picked up on sports quickly. She was obsessed with uniting people with their soulmate, yet perpetually single. The word wedding belatedly caught up to Hattie. I'm not getting married anytime soon. Don't be too sure about that. Remember Amelia's wedding? You were the one who caught the bouquet. As they browsed the dresses, Hattie glimpsed the price tags. She'd be a fool to spend that much on a dress. You know, I probably have something in my closet that I can wear. You mean the same dresses you've worn for the last 10 years? I'm familiar with them. No, we want you to look good so you feel good. Confident, radiant. Aubrey's voice resounded as she swiped hangers from racks, filling her arms. Hattie's eyes widened as they neared the dressing room. Are those all for me? Aubrey nodded like it was no big deal. I'm going to get a workout trying them on. Trust me, when I see the dress, I'll know. Come on, chop chop. Aubrey clapped her hands. After 12 dresses, Hattie was perspiring. She stepped out of the dressing room wearing an ecru swing dress with buttons down the front and pockets. It was simple, practical. I think I like this one. Aubrey shook her head. I liked the deep gold dress with the V-neck and tassels better. It would be fun to dance in.
Hattie closed the dressing room door and took a deep breath. She had laundry to fold, a dairy order to tally that had to be placed by noon the next day, and had to get back to an artisan who wanted to set up a table last minute for the fair.
Next, try the one whose pattern I said reminded me of the Milky Way. It had that flirty, fluttery skirt,
Aubrey called. Hattie dug out the dark blue dress with little dots that almost looked like stars splashed across the fabric. It was cute enough and looked comfortable. She pulled it on, spun in the mirror, and then stepped out of the dressing room, facing the mirror with her back to her friend.
Aubrey, what do you think? Does it make my butt look...
A pair of blue eyes gazed at her in the reflection. She whirled to face them and covered herself up, even though she was dressed. Duke wore a smolder as he leaned in the doorway of the dressing room area, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. A bit of stubble filled in his jaw. Hattie hadn't seen him in a couple of days, and her heart stuttered, skipped, and then fluttered like the skirt. "From what I can see, you look beautiful," he said. She dove back into the dressing room. Her cheeks weren't just pink, they were as red as the next dress in line on the hook. From the other side of the door, Aubrey giggled. Okay, the fashion show was over. What was Duke doing there? Mortified, Hattie considered staying in the dressing room for perpetuity. But her stomach growled. "I came to talk to you about the hot sauce."
Couldn't you have done that back in Smuggler Springs?
She called through the door. "I was in Austin."
How'd you know I was in Austin?
"A little birdie?" That was when she realized her friend had held her phone while she was in the dressing room.
A little birdie named Aubrey?
They were silent, suggesting she'd guessed correctly. Duke cleared his throat. "Consider this a rescue mission. I'm guessing you don't love shopping." He was right. "And that you're hungry." Also that. She pulled her jeans and flannel on, smoothed her hair, and stepped out. Aubrey hopped back as though afraid Hattie was going to strike her. Then she said,
"It took me an embarrassingly long time, but I just realized what's different about you. You're not wearing your glasses."
"And we can replace those," Duke said. Hattie shifted from foot to foot. She couldn't afford any of it, not a new dress, dinner out, or a replacement pair of glasses. When she didn't wear the contacts, she wore the same glasses she'd kept from high school. The prescription was slightly different, but it was better than a completely blurry world. Aubrey stepped forward.
"Hattie, leave the dresses there. I'll take care of it. Likely this man has never seen you hungry, so I recommend you two get something to eat pronto."
Hattie waffled.
"You're waffling,"
Aubrey said, perceptive as ever.
"I'll see you later."
Duke caught Hattie's hand and led her from the store. They walked to the eyeglass shop, and Duke insisted on getting her a new pair of glasses. She protested, but he was adamant. It would take an hour, so they wandered toward the food court. "It's not fancy, but I smell waffles and chicken. Can I get you a plate?" Duke offered.
"If you haven't noticed, I'm not a fancy gal."
"No, you're perfect, and this is my treat. One of many, I hope." Hattie practically tripped over her own feet, so she sat down at a vacant table and waited for him to return with their food. Her mind raced. Everything was happening so fast, yet felt like it had been over a decade in the making. She assumed her crush on Duke would have lessened over time, but it had increased. She admired him as he stood casually in line. Then a woman approached him, and another, a third and fourth. Soon people mobbed him. She wanted to step in, but didn't want to step on his toes. Surely he dealt with it all the time. When the server behind the counter called his number for their food, he excused himself from the fans. The entire time they ate, Hattie felt eyes on them, people looking, pointing, and whispering.
"Is it always like this?"
"You get used to it," he said.
taking a bite of crispy chicken and waffle. "Do you?" She found it hard to believe.
"I've been thinking a lot about the band, and—"
A man clapped him on the shoulder.
"My wife and daughter are big fans. Do you mind signing—"
Duke's lips pressed together as if he did mind. Then he plastered on a smile, signed a napkin, and then picked up his plate.
"Come on, let's get out of here."
They weren't done eating, but the interruptions bordered on obnoxious. After picking up Hattie's new glasses, they drove back to Smuggler's springs in his truck. "Earlier, you were saying about the band?" she asked. He was silent a beat. Maybe he didn't want to discuss it, or was annoyed. "What does Cowboys stand for anyway?" she said instead. That won Hattie a lopsided smile.
"We made a pact never to tell anyone other than the woman we married. Better to keep the fans guessing."
Her eyebrow lifted. "Mysterious."
"Speaking of mysteries, Parker and Amelia located a descendant of Richard Beckett, the owner of the rusty car on our land.
And?
They haven't gotten a reply yet, and someone offered to buy the property."
And?
"No way. That's our family's legacy. We've cleared the violations from the inspector, but now there's supposed to be a town meeting of some sort."
He scrubbed his hand down his face. As free-flying as the butterflies in Hattie's belly had been since they'd kissed, they faltered. Then as they pulled into the parking lot behind the market where Hattie had left the Mustang, those butterflies crash-landed.
"What the—"
Duke started. Hattie leaped out of the truck and rushed to her vehicle. Tears sprang to her eyes as sure as her hands formed fists. She couldn't decide whether to be devastated or furious or both. Who'd do such a thing? Chapter 14. Duke. Duke stormed over to Hattie's side, where she stood in front of the Mustang. When the truck's headlights swept over the side of the car, something that happened at Ritchie Ranch burst in his mind. He surveyed the area, confident the vandal was long gone. Spray paint smeared the creamy candy shell paint of the vehicle. Hattie turned to Duke. The words, "close or else," scrawled like a warning. "Why would Leah do something like this?" Hattie asked.
"Leah?"
Duke repeated. "Yeah, your ex. Clearly she's not pleased that you asked me to the barn dance at the fall fair." He shook his head.
"Rex did this."
"Why would you think that?"
"Because he spray painted the big barn at the ranch. Remember what he'd said that first night, too?"
"Rex Cole? Doesn't he have better things to do with his time, like count his money?"
"You'd think," Duke muttered.
"I'd have thought news like that would have traveled through the Smuggler Springs pipeline pretty fast."
"You mean as a rumor? No, it was fact. But Parker didn't want more attention brought to the ranch. He painted the barn and kept the whole thing quiet."
"I'm sorry to hear that, but I still think Leah did this."
"She's a bit overbearing, but I don't think—"
Hattie's hand was on her hip and her jaw set.
"I'm not here to argue with you, but we'd better call the police and let them handle this."
She pulled out her phone, likely seeing the exchange with Aubrey. She'd answered his text earlier, leading Duke to the mall. It was awful to see Hattie's car defaced that way, but he was glad she wasn't alone when she discovered it. Then something hit him hard like a punch in the gut. He doubted it was Leah, Rex more like, and if so, it was Duke's fault. He was targeting Hattie because of the Ritchies, because of him. Grandpa Everett would have said Rex and the Coles were slipperier than a pocket full of pond slime. He agreed. While Hattie called the sheriff to report the incident, he called Parker down. Best for him to see the graffiti for himself. Maybe he'd have some insight to convince Hattie it was Rex. Shortly after, 2 trucks pulled into the lot. The first was Sheriff Stoddard. The second was Parker, along with Amelia. She gave Hattie a big hug and stood with her while she talked to the sheriff. Duke gave his statement as well. Parker paced back and forth.
I don't understand why Rex targeted Hattie. 'Cause she's been helping us. How would he know?
Duke shrugged.
Smuggler Springs pipeline, and because you could say she and I are seeing each other.
Parker smirked.
Glad to hear it. I hope that means we'll be seeing more of you.
Duke let out a long breath.
Yeah.
After the officer left, Hattie, Duke, Amelia, and Parker walked down the street to the diner. They grabbed a table in the back, careful not to be rude, but not at all interested in signing anything for fans or having another meal interrupted. Duke hadn't been there for a couple of years, but everything was the same, except they'd replaced the old chalkboard for the daily specials with a whiteboard. He wasn't especially hungry, but had only eaten half his dinner at the mall. They all ordered a warm slice of apple pie with a scoop of real vanilla ice cream. Hattie tugged at the bottom of her braid. I'm still not convinced it was Rex.
I'm certain it was him. He wants to do us in, Duke said.
Parker's nostrils flared.
That and the Ritchie curse. Can't seem to avoid it, and I'm sorry it affected you. We'll pay for the paint job.
Duke shook his head.
I'll pay for it, and for surveillance cameras outside the market.
Duke, no, that's too much.
If we had footage, we could put this argument to rest and charge the culprit for their wrongdoing.
Hattie, if you don't think Rex did it, then who do you think it was? Amelia asked. Leah Boyle. Amelia frowned. She works at the high school in the physical fitness department, right? Hattie nodded. Cheer squad. I'm pretty sure she was there for practice this evening. I was in the school library looking through old yearbooks for my research and thought I saw her.
I hope you didn't see my freshman class photo. I was going through an adjustment period,
Parker said carefully. His cousin was several years older, but Duke remembered he'd had a particularly bad bowl-style haircut. Amelia giggled. You were adorable. She mock-pinched his cheek. Then she said, Actually, I wasn't researching the Ritchies. I was looking into the Coles. Addie was very involved, but Rex less so. Parker and Duke both grunted at the same time. I want to understand the rivalry. Why the family feud?
You probably won't find anything more from the yearbook.
Amelia shrugged. I thought maybe it was over a girl. Duke shook his head.
No, it goes way back.
I know that, but sometimes breadcrumbs in the present leave a trail to the past. Anything more about Richard Beckett or the key? Hattie asked. A pair of heavy footsteps approached, and a shadow crossed over the table. Duke looked up from his pie. Rex stood with his chest puffed and his hands on his hips.
Stoddard just paid me a visit, asking about vandalizing some piece of trash car.
Duke stood up, causing the tableware to clatter. His jaw ticked and his hands twisted into fists.
What did you say? The Ritchies have stooped real low,
Rex said, eyeing Hattie.
What is that supposed to mean?
Duke stepped closer to Rex, getting in his space. Rex lifted his chin.
I mean, accusing important people of wrongdoing. Then you deny it?
Parker asked, stepping in. Rex chuckled darkly.
I neither confirm nor deny, but you'll be sorry that you crossed me.
Parker took several steps forward, forcing Rex toward the wall.
You're the one who started this.
Rex parked his arms in front of his chest, keeping the space between them.
How so? The tractor? The barn? Innocent until proven guilty.
What's your beef, anyway? Amelia asked.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Rex chuckled.
He wants the land, Duke said.
Rex backed away, eyeing each of them, then said,
See you at the town meeting.
Then left with a thin laugh. Parker eyed Duke. His cousin edged toward the door.
I'm ready to rumble, to knock Rex on his rear after acting like such a...
Amelia placed her hand on her husband's arm to calm him. It'll make things worse. Parker let out a long breath.
He's messing with us, Duke said. If we go after him, we're letting him take the lead with this game.
What's the prize? Hattie asked.
I don't know. The land? The treasure? Duke speculated. To prove that his cowboy hat is bigger, Parker said.
The comment cut the tension, and they all laughed. Hattie hung back and hardly touched her pie and ice cream. Duke snorted.
I always thought Rex was all grumble and no guts. Turned out I was wrong.
Hattie shrugged, as though still not convinced it was him. They headed over to the market parking lot. The sight of the Mustang stained with paint was devastating.
I have a guy who will repaint it, and you'll have it back by the end of the week, Parker assured Hattie.
Duke and Parker towed the Mustang to the garage where he worked. He felt awful, having dragged Hattie into his family's problems with the Coles. Duke was in a fist-tossing mood, but calmed himself at the sight of sweet Hattie. The sadness in her expression returned, crimping the space around her eyes. That was my father's car, the original paint. She shivered in the chilly autumn night.
I'm sorry to have brought you into this.
Duke tentatively placed his arm around her shoulder, worried she was upset with him. However, she leaned close. She gazed at her hands, then pulled away. It's late. I should get home. Like the last song on an album, Duke feared this was the prelude to the final goodbye. A few days after the incident with the Mustang, Parker rolled up to the family homestead in the freshly painted car. Duke sat at the table where his mother continued the scrapbook project. Hunter had just come in from tending to the dogs.
The Mustang looks as good as new.
Parker set the keys on the table.
And just in time for Hattie's birthday.
Parker nodded. Hunter nodded. Shawnee nodded. Weird.
Parker, can I give you a lift back to the house? I'm going to bring Hattie the Mustang as a surprise.
Duke jiggled the keys. He also had a necklace with a star charm, so she'd always remember the night they spent stargazing. Shawnee made a weird noise, as if choking. I'm okay.
No, I'll hang here for a bit, Parker said.
Duke shrugged. Was it him, or were they acting odd? His parents rarely sat around in the middle of the day. They were always busy with one project or another. He went out to the car, admiring the high shine. From the house came the sound of scrambling and doors opening and closing, but he ignored it, eager to see Hattie. Duke drove directly to the market, but the lot was empty and the sign on the door said closed. Without a doubt, the only time she closed the market was on Sundays. Concerns spiked inside of him. He sped over to her house. Was she sick? Did something else happen with Rex? If so, he'd show him the harsh side of the Smuggler's Springs handshake. Hattie answered the door, wearing her hair in braids and an old flannel with leggings. Her lips were bright with her usual cherry chapstick. The first words out of his mouth were, "Happy birthday." She gave a half smile, like she wasn't entirely happy about it, or something.
I have a surprise for you.
He held the box with the necklace in his hand, but thought she might like to see the car returned spray paint free first. Like a game show host revealing the grand prize, Duke gestured toward the driveway. He should have bought a big red ribbon to put on the top. Duke, she squealed, then wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a quick hug. He wanted to hold her there, to embrace, but she ran to the car. He followed and was pleased to see her come back to life.
There's something else, Duke said.
He passed her the box.
It's just a little something. I hope it makes you think of our night in the hammock under the stars.
She pulled the ribbon that the gal at the jewelry store had tied around the box. Her face lit up at the sight of the small star charm. I love it, she exclaimed. Duke asked, Can I put it on you? Hattie turned around slowly. He took a moment to admire the slender line of her neck before closing the clasp around it. When she turned back around, she wore a shy smile. Duke leaned forward. She lifted her chin. Their eyes met, searching. He wanted more time with Hattie, but the clock was ticking. He had to remind himself to stay in the present moment. Like with the band, he had to enjoy the song he sang and not think about the next concert or anything else. Duke gently cradled her jaw with his rough palms, drawing her closer. Their lips connected. She tasted like cherries. The kiss extended. It stretched to the hills, to the sky. It pushed beyond the horizon. It was better than any song he'd ever written. When they parted, a ringing sound came from inside the house. In a small, scratchy voice, Hattie said, "That's my phone. Maybe it's the gas company about the market."
Is that why you had to close today?
I got a call early this morning that they needed to check the lines or something, that it wasn't safe to open. Never happened before, but I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. It's been slow lately, but I can't afford to lose more business. Duke followed Hattie inside. He only heard one side of the conversation, but it sounded like it was safe to reopen the market. She said as much when she got off the phone.
Do you mind giving me a ride back there? I can have Parker grab me and bring me to the ranch.
He nudged his chin at the Mustang.
Sure is fun to drive that thing.
She tossed the keys into the air and caught them with a smile. I know. Hattie was a relatively quiet and reserved woman, but there was a spunky side of her too. Duke wanted to see more of it and figured he would while dancing at the fall fair. Let me change quickly. She disappeared into a room down the hall and then emerged wearing jeans and a sweater that reminded him of pumpkin pie. When they pulled into the parking lot at the market, Duke thought he saw a shadow cross behind one of the windows. Must have been the workers finishing up. Hattie unlocked the front door and started to turn the sign to open, when out from behind the display cases, the aisles, and the front counter a group of people leaped and shouted. Surprise! Duke spotted his parents, Parker, relatives, and cousins, along with Aubrey, who must have masterminded the whole thing. Hattie clutched her hand to her chest, gasping for air. They must have really surprised her. Duke chuckled and wrapped his arm around her as people greeted them and wished them both happy birthday. The decorations included loads of balloons and a sign that said, "Happy Birthday, Hattie and Duke." They spent the rest of the afternoon eating and celebrating. Duke forgot all about the trouble with Rex and his impending departure. Chapter 15. Hattie. Hattie could hardly catch her breath after the surprise birthday party. Aubrey had planned the entire Taco Tuesday instead of Tuesday event with friends and Duke's family. She'd explained that if Lucy had been able to make it, the theme wouldn't have worked replacing Taco Tuesday with Tuesday. The fiesta-themed party was complete with a taco bar prominently featuring her dad's hot sauce. It was a perfect day, even if the market was a little crowded. That night, before bed, she prayed to God with gratitude. She was thankful for her best friend, for Duke, and all the grace in her life. She recalled going to church and not praying, realizing that maybe she had been praying after all, praying for her faith to return, just not in the traditional way, more like asking God questions. Sure enough, he'd answered, reminding her of the importance of love, unity, and trust. In the days that followed, Hattie finished preparations for the fall fair. Providence had moved in her favor because countless people, especially Aubrey, Shawnee, and Duke's Aunt Paula, wanted to help. That meant when the weekend for the event came, she could keep her head on her shoulders. Friday evening was the kickoff with the chili and apple pie contest. Aunt Paula won, and she was all too happy to gloat to her husband Fred about how it was everyone's favorite. Next, they sampled the habanero hot sauce. The Ritchies were formidable men and never ones to back down. The last three standing were Parker, Duke, and Tucker, who'd driven over from Florida for the weekend. Finally, Duke remained, and they crowned him Hot Sauce King, which included a garland of dried red chilies that he wore on his head, until he stepped down from the podium and replaced it with his cowboy hat. Hattie stood from the bales of hay they'd arranged in the field by the stage for people to sit on. He held out the crown of peppers and planted it on her head. Her lips quirked. "You won fair and square."
Had it not been for the mistake I made when I was helping you bottle the stuff, I don't know if I'd been able to withstand that.
He fanned his mouth.
That was hot, but I hereby crown you my chili pepper queen.
Hattie's cheeks matched the garland on her head. She lifted onto her toes and kissed Duke on the lips. "Oh boy, we need to get you something to put out that fire. You're spicy." They both laughed. He took her hand and they strolled around the grounds. Most of the stalls and staging areas were ready for the grand opening the next day, including the craftspeople and game booths, mostly run by the elementary and middle school families to support the students and teachers.
It's been a few years since I've been to the fall fair. What's the order of events?
Not much has changed since we were kids. You know all about the tractor pull, the hay rides, and livestock show.
Does Farmer Merlowski still make the corn maze?
Hattie pointed toward the field. Sure does. Bless him for letting us use his land year after year. It wouldn't be the same if we had to do it somewhere else.
By the looks of things, the fall fair is a well-oiled machine.
I have my parents to thank for that. They planned everything out in that binder.
So anything new that I don't know about?
Duke asked. There's a barn dance tomorrow night. I hear an amazing country band is playing. Hattie nudged him with her shoulder. His hand tightened around hers. Duke's eyes sparkled in the falling evening light.
Miss Pepper Queen, care to get lost in that corn maze?
Considering I probably won't have a chance tomorrow, I'd be delighted. They walked to the entrance of the field. After sundown, the ticket taker had flashlights available for people to use in the maze. The theme for that year was cowboy hats, and Hattie knew Farmer Merlowski mowed the maze to look like a cowboy hat when surveyed from the sky. They wandered through, taking more than a few wrong turns as the flashlights bobbed on the silky corn tassels. Duke and Hattie still held hands as the wind picked up and made the corn stalks sway. "Spooky," Hattie said. Duke wrapped his arms around her.
"Don't worry, I'll protect you. Plus, I think you'd ward off anything evil with that pepper crown."
Hattie giggled, feeling slightly more at ease. "You said the fall fair is like a well-oiled machine. Question, are all the members of the band accounted for?"
"Do you mean are they in town?" "Everyone except Dusty, but don't worry, he'll show up. He prefers to play big venues for huge profits, but I told him it was for a good cause."
"I guess it's easy to forget humble beginnings." They reminisced a bit about the Cowboys' first gigs at local events and halls.
"Those were the days."
Not to sound creepy or anything, but if the band was playing in the Smuggler's Springs vicinity, I was there. I didn't miss one of your concerts until... Hattie cleared her throat. Until my parents passed away. It was getting slightly easier to talk about it, though Aubrey dragged me to Austin once a year. Duke paused on the path, his expression blank, unreadable. She thought that maybe he figured out how to get through the maze. When he didn't move, she thought maybe her comment freaked him out. He opened, then closed his mouth. A smile formed.
"I'm glad to have you as a fan."
Hattie smiled in return. He scratched his temple.
"Some bands have creative differences. In terms of what I was saying before about the stadium shows Dusty prefers, for us, it's more like we have creative canyons. Things were different in the beginning. We were small, unknown, having fun, and playing for the love of music, for the joy it brought people. Now it's more about the money. Money none of us need. If I never worked again, I could afford to live a quiet, comfortable life on the ranch."
Duke sighed. Was he thinking about returning to Smuggler's Springs? Hattie's heart crested with hope.
Now things are held together by a thin guitar string.
He shook his head and continued walking. Pausing in the cornfield with the half-moon shining overhead, Duke gripped her upper arms under his palms.
I've spent countless nights staring at the stars, wondering why I left home, what it would be like if I returned. I realize it's about this, right now, being here, you. It's better than my wildest dreams.
Hattie's heart didn't just skip one beat, it skipped 10, leaving her breathless. He tugged her into a hug and held her there for a long time as the corn stalks rustled in the breeze. She inhaled his cinnamon scent, feeling more content than her wildest dreams. When they parted, Duke said,
Love doesn't keep track of time. You can fall in love fast or over a long period. Love is love, and if I know one thing for sure, I love you, Hattie.
Her heart didn't skip beats that time. It stopped. She couldn't speak. She didn't know how to form the words. The last people who told her they loved her were her parents. She hadn't spoken those words since 4 nights before the accident. She'd spent painful hours trying to remember, trying to be sure they knew that she'd loved them. Duke kissed her on the forehead, and they continued through the maze. Like the stands of corn, her mind took on a web of confusion. She loved Duke, too. Her head, her heart, and her hand firmly in his told her as much. Then why didn't she tell him? Why did he look so sad when he spoke the words? The next morning, Hattie got up early to get ready for the big day. Saturday was the most popular for the fall fair, with visitors coming from out of town. They also held events on Sunday, but in the afternoon only and wrapping up at 5 p.m., with dressage and a small parade. Then the organizers cleaned up and gathered at the diner since everyone would be too tired to cook dinner. When Hattie arrived at the grounds, Farmer Molosky's gate was smashed, and muddy tire tracks had dug up the grassy area. The hay bales were toppled, several of the craft stalls knocked down, and the dunking booth was empty. Probably someone dumped it, causing the muddy ground. Hattie turned in a slow circle, wondering who did it and why. She'd had her doubts about Duke's claims that Rex Cole had spray-painted her car, but there was no way Leah would do something so destructive. She worked at the high school, and some of the booths and events at the fair supported programs there. The cheerleaders even performed at the parade. It had to have been Rex. His words of warning that first night with Duke outside the market caught up to her. Hattie called the sheriff and then Duke, telling him what happened. He said a few words that his mother would scold him for, then hung up. In no time, the authorities and half the Ritchie clan were there. Everyone helped clean up while Sheriff Stoddard surveyed the area. He concluded the vandal drove a truck from the markings on the ground and even had a sense of the kinds of tires.
I can't rightly speculate, but between us, what went on here, and with the Mustang, resembles what happened last month. I reckon the same person trying to sabotage Ritchie Ranch did this.
Parker and Duke looked at each other and said,
Rex.
They started toward the gate in their trucks. Wait, this is supposed to be a family event, Hattie called.
I'm sorry that my family dragged you into this, Duke said. We're going to make it right.
She knew enough about the Coles, their financial status and connections, that it would take more than a couple of fists to fix things.
He owes you an apology, Duke said. And Farmer Molosky a new gate, Parker added.
Hattie wrung her hands, fretting. She didn't want trouble on the day of the fair, but guests would arrive soon and she had to stay behind to make sure everything got off to a good start. The day streaked by without another incident, other than running out of caramel apples, and a little kid fell on the obstacle course, but just scraped his elbow. Other than that, the day was a success. The sun gave its last golden hug before tucking behind the trees. Where was Duke? He wasn't answering her texts or calls. She stopped short, and worry flooded her from 2 directions. Did something horrible happen with Rex, or was he trying to find Dusty? She'd never officially met the drummer from the band, but the Smuggler's Springs pipeline regularly lit up with gossip about Dusty. The scent of hot dogs and hamburgers, grilled corn and artichokes, along with sweet funnel cakes, didn't tempt her appetite. She had a window of time to rush home to change for the barn dance. If she was quick, she could swing by Ritchie Ranch and find out if everything was okay. As she drove home and the stars sparked to life, she thought about the last weeks with Duke. They'd worked together, uncovered mysteries, and he'd saved her from a scorpion. They'd kissed and kissed some more. Duke had told Hattie that he loved her. What was more, he showed her. He was kind, a gentleman, helpful, loyal. Then why did she feel so uneasy? And why was she so afraid to tell him that she loved him back? She knew that fact as well as she knew the country roads that led her home. A bag sat on her bed with a little note that said, "I couldn't pick just one. XO, Aubrey." Hattie peered into the bag to find 3 dresses from their time at the mall. She slouched onto the bed, feeling bad her friend spent all that money. Then she hopped to her feet. Aubrey must have gotten investors for her dating app. Hattie opted to wear the flirty dress with the frills that Duke had commented on when he showed up at the store. She smoothed her hair and then retied her braids. She liked her new glasses, but took a few extra minutes to put in her contacts. It would be easier to dance without her eyeglasses slipping off her nose. Hattie gave herself a light dusting of makeup, including eyeliner and mascara. Then she reapplied her cherry chapstick. After checking herself one last time in the mirror, she didn't have time to drive to the ranch and get back to the fair in time. Once back there, the strings of lights glowed overhead, illuminating the path to the farmer's old barn, where they held the dance year after year. Mulaski said he'd need to replace the floor before long, and Hattie had earmarked some of the proceeds from the event for that above what she usually paid him, to host the shindig and make the corn maze. Hattie's thoughts flitted to the night before, but she didn't have time to think about it because the Cowboys were supposed to go on in less than 10 minutes and the stage was empty. She spotted Aubrey talking with Amelia and Leah. Hattie almost stopped herself from going over, but couldn't bear to be alone and not know what was going on. "Have you heard from Parker or Duke since everything happened this morning?" Amelia nodded. "They confronted Rex. True to form, he denied any involvement. They stopped short of breaking into his garage to check for mud on the tires of his truck, but I have no doubt it was him. We have to figure out a way to prove it." A hand landed on her arm. "Hattie, I'm sorry about your car. I know it meant a lot to you," Leah said. She stopped herself from staggering with surprise. "Thanks." Leah leaned in. "And that night I saw you guys in the parking lot. I didn't know that, you guys..." She wagged her finger between Hattie and the air. "We all know I've always been a little full of myself." Aubrey cleared her throat. "A little?" Leah did the same. "And I'm sorry about the comment I made about your braids. I've always loved your hair, better than this mop on top of my head." "Thank you, Leah," she nodded. "We're good?" she asked. Hattie wanted to say no, she wasn't. Not at all. Where was Duke and the band? But her number one rule about running a successful event and even Swan's family market was never to panic. Leah excused herself when she spotted some students. Hattie lifted her eyebrows in question. "Did you twist her arm or something? She was as sweet as can be." "I offered her a beta spot to test out my new app. We're going to find her the perfect man. If you didn't guess, I got the funding for the app." Temporarily forgetting about the matter at hand, Hattie squealed. She'd been right and was overjoyed for her friend. Amelia tapped her on the shoulder. "With 2 minutes to spare." 4 guys wearing dungarees and cowboy hats stepped onto the stage. The hum of electricity from their music equipment and the anticipation from the crowd zipped through Hattie. The barn was packed, and the doors flung wide open. The crowd overflowed and cheered as Duke introduced the band.
We're gonna play many of your favorites tonight, and we encourage you to sing along. But first, we're gonna start with a new tune. I dedicate this one to my girl, Hattie.
She wasn't sure she heard right. The fans exploded with applause and lurched, pushing everyone closer to the stage. Hattie couldn't get her bearings until she heard the chorus.
I love you more than all the stars in the sky. If only I didn't have to say goodbye.
The song was drawling country music at its best, but the last line dug into her chest, her heart. It told her what her mind had been warning against. The people surrounding Hattie jostled her, but she remained frozen. Only her hands were shaking. Chapter 16. Duke. What was supposed to be a great day went from bad to worse. It started with the vandalism at the fall fair and continued over at the Coles property. Rex denied involvement as usual. Before Parker threw any punches, he called his lawyer. He had 2 questions. One about his record contract, but that would have to wait. The Ritchies needed help, and he would do whatever it took and pay any amount for the Coles to back off. Then, while Duke was on the phone with his sister, wishing her a happy birthday, Dusty called. He'd missed his flight from Los Angeles. During the month off, he'd been living wild out there. Fortunately, Duke got him booked on another flight that got him into Austin with only 30 minutes to spare. They made it in time. He'd wanted to spend the day with Hattie, but was preoccupied. After seeing Dusty again, he couldn't stop thinking about the tour and how he'd be leaving soon. While singing the song he'd written for Hattie, he accidentally got the chorus mixed up with one of their hits and sang, "If only I didn't have to say goodbye," instead of, "I've been waiting for you all my life." The guys had a rule. If someone messed something up in a song, they just went with it. The fans would think it was a cool variation rather than a mistake. Only Duke felt like he'd made a major error when he saw Hattie's face fall. He had to finish the set. Never had it felt like such a slog, playing the same songs they'd been performing for years. When the guys finished, Duke hustled from the stage, seeking Hattie. A horde of fans stopped him, asking him and the other guys to sign the backs of their t-shirts and the flyers for the Fall Fest, along with taking photos. By the time Duke got through, he'd lost sight of Hattie. She'd looked so pretty in the dress with the little stars he'd gotten the sneak peek of when he'd met her at the dress shop. He peered through the crowd, then ducked behind a few bales of hay when another swarm of fans approached. He texted, but Hattie probably didn't have her phone on her. A female's squeal gave away his position. He knew well enough that if he didn't oblige the fans now, they'd spend the rest of the night tracking him down. More than anything, he wanted to dance with Hattie. Recorded music played by a DJ replaced the Cowboys' live performance. As Duke emerged from his hiding place, one of their songs played, reminding him of the first night back in Smuggler's Springs when he'd stopped by the market. While he signed and posed for pictures, he thought about Hattie. While country love songs played through the sound system, he thought about Hattie. At last he broke free and found her standing by the door with Aubrey. Her eyes were slightly red, but she was probably tired. It had been a long day. Aubrey made a big fuss about how amazing the guys had been. Duke could hardly get a word in, but his fingers found Hattie's hand. He gripped tight. "Want to dance?" he finally asked. "I've been waiting all..." He wasn't sure if she said all night or all my life. Maybe one of the guys tipped her off to his blunder with the song lyrics. Feeling somewhat relieved, they found an open spot on the dance floor and did some classic country waltzes, a modern two-step, and Farmer Molosky even led a polka. Soon, Hattie was smiling as they moved together in the rhythm of the music he'd grown up listening to. The only difference was now he had a partner. At least, he hoped so. At the end of the night, Duke walked Hattie to her car. "Even though we already celebrated, I want to wish you a happy birthday, Cowboy," she said.
"Much obliged,"
he replied, deepening his accent and tipping his hat. "I got you a present. It's not much, but—" She lifted onto her toes and kissed him. He melted inside at her soft touch, at how sweet and gentle she was. Also, he'd never look at cherry chapstick the same. He filled her in on what happened with Rex, which wasn't much other than more denials and threats. The town meeting was Tuesday. None of the Ritchies knew what it was about other than that Parker, the deed holder, had to be there, which meant the entire Ritchie family would show up. Dusty called over to him from across the parking lot. Duke promised him some money for making the effort to fly out for the night.
"Hang on, I'll be over in a minute."
Duke didn't want to give Hattie only a minute, or a night, or a month. He wanted to give her a lifetime, but couldn't offer that. The wind kicked up and Duke's hat flew off his head. Hattie reached up and caught it. She was the woman for him, but he couldn't bear to break her heart by leaving. She'd had enough loss. It was better to back away now before things got too serious. But he could hardly resist her as she lifted onto her toes and planted the cowboy hat back on his head. He caught her in his arms, planting a kiss on her lips. He wanted the kiss to be a promise for forever. Instead, it felt like the last one they'd share. Duke woke with the sun on Tuesday. Nerves made him jitter while he helped his father with the chores, laid straw over some of the plants in his mother's garden to prepare for the colder months, and talked with the band's lawyer about his commitments. The man was an entertainment lawyer and couldn't help with the ranch, but he offered a few points of guidance. He'd forgotten that Amelia was the daughter of a lawyer and had studied the subject herself. All he wanted to do was fix things. Dusty had already flown back to L.A., and Duke would soon be on a plane as well. Leaving his family was familiar. Leaving Hattie was painful. That evening, the Ritchies gathered in the town meeting house. The room was so quiet they could have heard a piece of hay drop, but the town mayor made it official by calling the meeting to order. Duke braced himself as a bunch of announcements were made. Finally, they brought up the topic he'd been waiting for.
"On the matter of the Ritchie Ranch property, it has come to the attention of the town that the oil the landowners claimed is actually on state property. We have been authorized on behalf of Texas to auction it off to the highest bidder."
"We claim no oil," Parker said defiantly.
"Dirty pool,"
Duke added, glaring at Rex, who sat smugly beside his father Roy. A hubbub erupted, and the town mayor called order again.
"It's you, isn't it?"
Duke called across the room to the Coles. The mayor interrupted.
"The auction will be held at the end of November. Until then, a public notice will be posted, opening bidding to anyone with the resources to purchase, unless—"
Duke held his breath. The entire room did.
"Unless the Ritchies can pony up the state's asking price."
"How much is it?" Duke asked, getting to his feet. He'd made a fortune in music and would use it all to save his family. The mayor read from the paper.
$9 million.
A collective gasp echoed through the room, and chaos erupted. The Ritchies made their way outside and gathered in the parking lot. Everyone spoke at once. Duke got a hold of Parker.
"The mayor was an old curmudgeon, but it's shocking that he'd collude with the Coles. I will do whatever it takes to make sure we have the best lawyers to fight this."
Parker's shoulders bowed, as though already slightly defeated. Duke had been the financially successful one in the family and knew Parker struggled to keep the ranch afloat.
"Thanks, cousin, but that's not what I'm worried about." "What are you worried about?" Duke asked. "Rex was never the big kid on the playground, but now he thinks he is." "He's slicker than a greased hog," Hunter said, chiming in.
Aunt Paula, Uncle Fred, his mom, his cousin Camden, and several others gathered close. Everyone had questions. No one had answers. Duke whistled loudly.
What does Parker say at family brunch and his father before that? And Grandpa Everett before him? Faith, family, farm. Those are our values. We're Ritchies. We're good folks. Hard workin'. The grit under our nails is its own kind of gold. We're going to figure this out.
Still, he had his doubts. Preoccupied with saving the family ranch, Duke saw little of Hattie in the days that followed. They talked to lawyers, researched with Amelia's help, and met with assessors and officials. The following Sunday after church, they had their regular brunch. It was a beautiful late fall day. Since it was nearly Halloween, his mom set up pumpkins on the picnic tables outside the main ranch house. Shawnee cupped her hand over her son's. "It'll be good to get everyone's mind off things and have a little fun." Easier said than done. Duke invited Hattie to join them, and she pulled in. At the sight of her, he temporarily lost track of his worries. She waved and joined the family at the long table. While Parker said grace, Duke couldn't help notice the lines and dark circles around his eyes. Try as they might, they couldn't ignore that Rex had them over a barrel. Morning turned into afternoon, and pumpkins were carved. Everyone carried them out to the bluff to take photos. It was his father's idea.
Us kids used to have pumpkin seed spitting contests over the top, but nothing ever grew down below.
He chuckled, surveying the vast land. Land that might not be theirs much longer. Some of the kids scampered beneath the bluff. He'd done the same when he was younger. Numerous nooks, crannies, and caves dug out the area. Hattie had wandered off and was taking photos. He felt like it was safer to admire her from afar. What if, like the land, she'd be taken from him too? No, he was the one leaving in a matter of days. She was gone a while, so Duke shuffled down the trail to find her. He'd noticed she'd contort herself into unusual positions to get the right angle for a shot, but the area below the cave was fairly open and he didn't see her.
"Hattie?"
Duke called, cupping his hands over his mouth. His accented voice echoed off the stone walls. A sob from inside the cave echoed back. Adrenaline rushed through him at the thought of her being hurt.
"Stay where you are. I'm coming."
Duke found her around a bend in the cave and hunched over. She sniffled. Tears streaked her face.
"Are you okay? What happened?"
He crouched in front of her. She clutched something. "I dropped my camera on the rock. It broke." Duke gathered her into his arms.
"It can be replaced."
He sat there and soothed her until she got to her feet, and they headed back outside. He wanted to add that the family land that had been with them for generations had shaped who they were. Couldn't so easily be replaced. Neither could their relationship. There was nothing he could do to stop the coming change, and it was eating him up. Back at the main house, someone had turned on a football game. Hattie sat down next to him and tried to strike up a conversation about the pictures she took before the camera smashed in the spooky cave. He was so preoccupied with the ranch and his departure, it felt easier to distance himself, to let things fade than to say goodbye. He had to leave before hurting her. Chapter 17. Hattie. When Hattie got home that night, she set her broken camera on the kitchen table. When she'd wandered into the cave, she'd lost her footing and dropped it. Duke was wrong. It couldn't be replaced. It was the camera her parents bought her for her 18th birthday, right before they'd passed away. Hattie had worked hard to keep things the same since the tragedy, use the same camera, live in the same house, work at the same market. It was easier that way because if anything shifted out of place, would she lose even more of them than she already had? The wallpaper in the house, though peeling, was the same as it had always been. The scuffed floors that her father had been talking about refinishing had only gotten worse with time. The trim around some of the windows was rotted, the screens torn from storms, and the big oak tree in the front that needed trimming. The market was much the same. She was touched Aubrey had thrown the surprise party for her and Duke. It was the sweetest thing. But with everyone crammed in there, she'd suddenly felt hyper-aware of how dingy it was. The light had been out in the main display case for over 10 years. The roof leak had spread, leaving dirty rings on the ceiling. Nina, her mother, and ever enterprising, had grand plans to update parts of the market. In fact, her binder with inspiration clippings and paint samples sat on a shelf next to the binder for the fall fair. That had been a success, but she was feeling like a failure. She felt broken, like the camera. Something was off. Sure, since the fall fair and Sunday brunch in particular, she felt like Duke had been ignoring her or had become distant. It was true that he had big things on his mind, namely that Rex Cole was a snake, but what else was new? She was sure the Ritchies would find a way to save the ranch. She'd help them. Then there was an incident when Duke had stopped in the market the other night. He'd said a casual hi and seemed grumbly. Then some visitors from out of town mobbed him by the deli counter, much like Donna that first night. He flipped from grouchy to friendly in an instant. She questioned her interactions with Duke. Was it all an act? Was he playing the role of a rock star? Was he merely playing a part in their relationship? Or whatever it was? People recognized him a lot. Girls and fans chased after him. At first, she was kind of starstruck herself, but it got old quickly because they frequently split his attention while they were in public. Alone in the house, Hattie sat in the kitchen, staring at her camera, a reflection of her life. Could she be brave and finally leave Smuggler's Springs as she'd always wanted to? A thrill rushed through her. She pulled out her phone and started researching. She could get an apartment in Austin. It wasn't too late for her to take classes. She'd get a job somewhere to pay the bills. Maybe it was time to toss out everything that was broken. Perhaps it was too far gone to fix. She just needed a new life. Duke was leaving for his band's tour. She'd leave too. If she never saw him again, it would hurt, but not as much as living a broken life. The next day, he turned up on her stoop, holding a box much bigger than the one that contained the necklace. The sun shone behind him, making him glow softly. He wore jeans and a flannel. The cowboy hat perched atop his freshly shaven face tilted a little when he leaned in to kiss her cheek in greeting. His blue eyes looked tired, but still captured her notice. "Mornin'." When he spoke, she melted a little inside, but prepared herself to tell him that she was leaving. If she did so first, maybe it wouldn't hurt as much as when her parents left. "My birthday already passed. What's this?" she asked, taking the box from his hands. "Open it." She pulled off the curled ribbons. Inside, a brand new camera sat shiny and promising. "Duke, you didn't." She pushed the box toward him, unable to accept such an expensive gift. "I did. I wanted to." His voice was scratchy, low. "But you already did so much, playing at the fall fair, helping at the market." She knew he'd intended for her to spend the money on repairs and employees, but she'd given a lot of it to Farmer Molosky, the church, and school. "Your old camera was broken." She prickled inside, feeling torn, helpless. "You can't just throw money at things." He frowned. "What do you mean?" "Parker and the ranch, me, the market. It's like you have a hero complex. You can't fix everything with cash, especially things that are beyond repair." "Like what? What are you saying, Hattie?" "My camera is broken. My house is broken. The market, me, I'm broken." Anger shadowed his features.
Nothing is too broken that it can't be fixed, and no one is too broken that Jesus can't save them.
Like everything else he said, the words came with confidence, unshakable conviction. She wanted to argue. It would be easier to leave if they'd fought, giving her a reason to break things off so abruptly. Then again, he was leaving. This had been coming for a while. "Even your band?" she fired back. He grunted. She held out the box for him to take back. Duke shook his head.
I insist.
She swallowed hard. "Thank you. I don't know how often I'll be taking pictures, though. I've decided to move to the city. I'm going to find someone to buy the market or close it. Business has been slow anyway, and people seem to prefer the gas and go by the state road." Duke blanched and staggered ever so slightly.
What do you mean?
"I've lived here all my life, and what do I have to show for it?" Speaking those words, emotion welled so strongly inside she wasn't sure she could fight back the tears piercing her eyes. They stood in silence for a beat. Finally, Duke said,
It's okay to do what is best for you, just like I have to do what's best for me. I want to see you follow your dreams wherever they take you.
The problem was they led her to him, but she couldn't have him. He didn't want her. It was as simple as that. Duke delicately moved the box closer to her, then leaned in, kissing her forehead.
Goodbye, Hattie, and good luck.
She stood on the porch, watched him leave. She remained there as the sun lifted into the sky. She didn't move well after she was supposed to open the market. She stood and stood until she finally realized she wouldn't be able to move to the city if she stayed still. As she started packing, the new camera sat next to the old one on the table. She couldn't help but think of it as a goodbye gift, a consolation prize for their breakup. Hattie had never been irresponsible. She'd never missed a day at the market. But what did it matter? She dropped to the floor in the middle of her shambling old house and cried. All the times she'd imagined leaving resembled a movie montage, with lively music playing in the background. She'd float around the house, packing, discarding, singing along, driven by her excitement for her new life. Instead, she wallowed miserably on the floor before finally moving to the couch. She cried until the world blurred, and all she could hear was the pounding of her heart. One of Hattie's earliest memories was of a time she was seriously ill with a fever. She couldn't have been older than 4. She'd rested against her mother's chest. Unable to understand what the adults were saying, she took comfort in the steady beat of her mother's heart. Her father pressed a cool cloth to her forehead. Her thoughts jumbled, but the one thing she knew was that she was loved, cared for. She hadn't felt that way since they'd died. No, since spending the past month with Duke. His departure destroyed her. The scene on the front porch. The sun crested the sky, then dipped toward the west, casting a patchwork of light on the wooden floor and matching the quilt Shawnee and her mother had made for her when she was a baby. She pulled it close, breathing in the familiar scent. The scene on the front porch replayed in her mind. Duke was leaving anyway. She'd just sped things along. Even though her mother and his had been friends, he was untouchable. Someone she admired from afar, a rock star. He carried on the Ritchie family legacy as a musician. He was also a flirt, charming. Everyone knew that. It was as natural to him as breathing air, eating and riding on the range. That smile, that smolder. Hattie told herself that the last month meant nothing. She made herself promise to believe that. But she didn't. Couldn't. What did she believe? Her gaze floated to the cross on the wall by the family photo. She tucked under the quilt and remained there until dusk settled, then night fell. A pair of headlights swept the house. Footsteps approached. The door opened. Floral perfume clashed with the stuffiness in house that had been closed up all day with Hattie inside wallowing. A weight sunk the other end of the couch. Then a bag crinkled and something cold touched her foot. Hattie yelped and jumped away, coming out from under the covers. Aubrey sat on the other end of the couch with a carton of ice cream and 2 spoons. Instead of high heels and a skirt, her typical attire, she wore jeans and a flannel, 2 braids draped over each of her shoulders. "What's going on? Why are you dressed like that?" "I should ask you the same thing, but being me and all, I have a pretty good idea. So tell me what happened with Duke." She passed Hattie the ice cream with the spoon shoved in the top. Starved, she took a bite and instantly got brain freeze. "While you're dealing with that, not to worry, everything went smoothly at the market today. The till is balanced, the trash is out, and not a single complaint from any Donnas or locals." Hattie paused mid-second bite. Never mind the brain freeze. Did she hear right? Aubrey rolled her eyes. "I know where you keep the spare key. When you weren't there at 7, I knew something was up. I could sense things were off for a few days. I figured you needed to take a personal day, so I took care of things." She smiled. "I kind of like market life." "Aubrey, you didn't have to." "I did have to. You're like a sister to me. Never mind that, we're family, no matter that we don't share blood. Do you know how many times you've bailed me out?" She shook her head. "I haven't kept track." 234. Hattie's brow wrinkled. "Okay, now tell me what happened with Duke." She started with that morning and worked backward. "So he never officially said things were over?" "No, but he's leaving. I am too." Hattie's pronouncement produced a back and forth that verged toward an argument between the friends. "For so long, I've kept my head down, worked hard, and not wanted for anything. Keeping the status quo means I'm safe, but realize now that it also scared me, and that was why I never followed my dreams." "What are those?" Aubrey asked. Hattie shrugged. "Taking pictures, telling stories, photojournalism, bringing people together, creating community. Mostly making people happy. It makes me happy to do that." "And what have you been doing for the last decade, Henrietta Hope Swan?" Aubrey challenged. The question left Hattie speechless. "If you're looking for something out there that isn't already in here," Aubrey tapped Hattie's heart, "you're going to be looking for a long time." Hattie swallowed thickly. Aubrey was right. Her silly, sassy, and sparkly friend was the wisest person she'd ever known. "I know people think I'm a cupcake and come off a bit flighty, but I pay attention. What I see is a woman who's been hurt, but also someone who's resilient and who perseveres. You have been living your dream. Maybe it's not exactly how you expected it, but you take pictures, tell stories, and bring people together every single day. I'd argue that you're the glue in Smuggler's Springs." Hattie nodded slowly. She could run the market and take photos of the town and share them with Amelia. She was writing up the history of Smuggler Springs, but maybe there was something to be said about the present, too. The way everyone banded together to try to rescue Ritchie Ranch, to help Swan's family market, and taste test hot sauce. There was a genuine sense of community there. Maybe her pics could accompany Amelia's book to illustrate that. She leaped from her spot on the couch and gave her friend the biggest, warmest hug she'd ever given anyone. Her parents hadn't just left her. They'd given her their legacy, the market, and a family the size of the Texas hills. Chapter 18. Duke. The scene on Hattie's front porch was not the goodbye Duke had intended. Originally, he wanted to give her the camera and take a trail ride so she could take photos. Then talked himself out of it because that would make leaving even more difficult. As it was, he was dreading the tour through Asia. Not because he didn't want to see the continent and people again, but because for the first time in his life, he wanted to stay home. In the days before departure, typically, he'd find himself jittery with excitement. Never before did he want to lie in bed, roam the ranch, and just stay put. Seated at the table in the kitchen, where his mother continued to scrapbook, he picked at his biscuits and gravy. Shawnee's gaze fixed on him, and he looked up. Sure enough, her head angled in a way he knew all too well from his teenage years. It was, "Fess up to your wrongdoing, or I'm going to let you have it." He hadn't skipped his chores or fibbed about how late he'd stayed out playing music. No, he'd done wrong by Hattie. But he couldn't figure out why or how. It stuck inside his chest like a note that fell flat, the wrong verse to a song, or a rhythm that was slightly out of time. "Is it about the ranch?" He shook his head. "That's in God's hands, and His hands are the most capable, so have a little faith." She winked. "Plus, us Ritchies are a resourceful lot. We don't give up or consternate over something. We'll sort it out." When he didn't say anything, Shawnee let out a long breath, as though she knew exactly what was on his mind. Then she got up with her scrapbook and set it down next to him before taking a seat by his side. She went back to the beginning and told him stories that he hardly remembered, about him and Lucy, his twin. He saw faces and toys and places in the backgrounds of photographs that he hadn't seen in years. But one person he didn't see was his father. Hunter Ritchie wasn't in any of the pictures.
Dad was gone on tour, huh?
Shawnee nodded. "Yep, I give him credit for being a good, honest man. He provided for our family and loved us well, but he missed out on so much." She pointed to a photo taken on a field trip she'd chaperoned. She turned the pages, and Duke's heart ached like it did when he was a kid and missed his father while out on the road. But Hunter was still alive. Hattie's mother and father were not. He couldn't imagine the depths of her despair. When Shawnee reached the end of the album, she said, "But that's not it. The story isn't over. Unlike a song, the future is always being written." His mother was reminding him that he had a choice. He could leave and continue his life on the road in perpetuity, or, like his father, retire, but well after his kids were grown. Or he could change course. Not give up music. No, he could never do that. It was in his blood. But he could do something else. A vision appeared then, something he'd tucked in his back pocket for when he was off the touring circuit. He'd always wanted to create a music studio where bands could record albums. Another idea popped into his mind. Someone like Hattie could even document it and give it to the band for their website. She filled his thoughts, his heart, her soft honeysuckle gaze, her full lips, her smooth features and soft hair that he so desperately wanted to feel between his fingers. What she'd said about her braids and marriage came to mind. His heart beat steadily in his chest like a confirmation that his feelings were true. He let out a breath and felt lighter, freer than he had in a while. "I like that look on your face, son. It's always best to take a chance, to go after what you want, even if it's scary." Shawnee was intuitive the way only a mother could be.
"But I don't know how to fix things with Hattie, with my future."
"You leave that to Jesus. Things might seem bad, but they will get better. Jesus knows, and He is the way." Just then, the door flew open. Hunter stood in the frame, red-faced and livid. Parker came in after him.
"He's gone too far."
Duke didn't have to ask to know that his cousin referred to Rex. Shawnee rushed to her husband. "What happened?"
"First he spray-painted Hattie's car. Then he messed with the fairgrounds. Now he smashed the front window at the market."
Without a word, Duke stormed from the house. It was time to make Rex Cole pay. His father stopped him as he got into the truck.
"Wait, son. I know that look on your face. We have to think this through. I'm done waiting and negotiating. Rex has to be stopped. I agree. I want nothing more than to show him the broadside of my fist. But that's exactly what he wants. A guy like Rex wants to see us in ruins, to crumble under the weight of our rage. If he bears a single blemish from us, he'll take us to court. We're already up against the state with the land.
Duke let out a tightly held breath. His father had a point. But he'd thought long and hard about the situation. Even if he contributed all his savings, there was no way they could come up with the amount of money the state wanted, and they wouldn't bid against the Coles on their own land.
We have to figure out a way to expose Rex's wrongdoing, Duke finally said,
picking up on what his dad was putting down. Hunter tapped his finger in the air.
Exactly. And it wouldn't hurt if we came across whatever treasure our ancestors left for us. Maybe this is protected land or some such. Well, it isn't state land, that much I know.
Parker joined them in the driveway.
I just heard from Amelia. She found the documents confirming Thomas Ritchie rightfully claimed this land. There is a direct line of succession to me. Then on what grounds is Rex claiming it belongs to the state?
Amelia appeared with a stack of papers in hand. I think he's been falsifying computer documents.
Wasn't he involved with something like that with the will?
Duke asked. He and my father lost an important part of the will. Amelia threw air quotes around the word lost.
Can we prove he did something to the digital documents?
Duke asked. Amelia shrugged. Maybe, but we need someone who's a whiz with technology. I'm better at scouring original sources. Fortunately, I have all of that to substantiate the Ritchie claim on this property. I also have multiple copies backed up in numerous places, just in case they disappear too. Parker softened and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek.
Yet another reason I married you.
I'd still say we go after that treasure, whatever it is, Shawnee said, joining them outside.
We're a team, a family, but let's split up jobs. Amelia and Parker, you figure out how we can fight this auction on the oil. We made a promise to Aunt Carolyn. Mom, Dad, you study that map with the stars. I'll go deal with things at the market and make sure Hattie is okay.
Amelia wrinkled her nose. I'm not quite tapped into the Smuggler Springs pipeline, but I know enough that I'm not sure she's feeling all that well. She didn't open the market the other day when I stopped by. Aubrey filled in for her, and I don't think it's because she caught a cold. Duke sighed. He'd muddied things up, that was for sure. I'll go visit Hattie. Duke, you go with your father, Shawnee ordered.
Mom?
I was her mother's best friend. I think that's what she needs right now. You pray about how to best approach the situation and then take action. And don't go writing her a song again and getting the lyrics wrong.
You noticed?
Shawnee leveled him with a mom look. I notice everything. Duke nodded. Of course she did. Parker and Amelia went back to the main ranch house, then had an appointment later with a lawyer she'd met in college. Shawnee rumbled out of the driveway in the old Ford. Duke and his dad went inside where the map sat next to all the scrapbooking supplies. Instead of looking at the constellations on the map, Hunter's gaze lingered on the photos. His hand clamped his son's shoulder.
I'm sorry I missed so much. I had some good times. But if I could go back, I'd do things differently.
Duke lifted his lips into a half grin.
You've always been a good father. When you were there, you were there. Yeah, but not enough.
Hunter shook his head.
I'd like to tell you not to make the same mistakes I did. I know you're going to blaze your own trail, but listen to your heart. It can't steer you wrong.
At that, he smoothed the map with the stars. The two gazed at it, alternately looking up information about the meaning of the various constellations on the internet. When the sky finally darkened, the moon was high, bright, and nearly full. They headed outdoors and sat in the two chairs on the back lawn, overlooking the vast ranch lands with its hills and valleys.
Some people, when they look up, see a ceiling. I see endless possibilities.
And questions, Duke said, trying to parse out what the map meant. Duke gazed and stared. His eyes slipped in and out of focus. The stars were endless, fathomless, much like his love for Hattie. He spotted the Northern Cross. Instead of looking outward for answers, for how to fix things, as his mother suggested, he prayed. When he blinked open his eyes, the moon cast a silhouette over the landscape. Duke tilted his head, then tilted it again.
Dad, see that there?
He pointed to the way the hills rose and fell in the same pattern as the Northern Cross.
Your grandfather called them the 5 Points. Boy, he could tell stories around the campfire. I don't know where he got it from. His daddy, probably.
His daddy, as in my great-grandfather Thomas?
Yeah, there was one about a swan trapped in a cage in the middle of a forest. A woodsman came across it and told the swan that he'd free him, but only if he went in search of a legendary treasure and gave it to the man.
The swan's freedom in exchange for treasure? Sounded slightly familiar. Hunter nodded.
You see, the swan had the bird's eye view. The man did not. He gave him directions to fly west and that the treasure might be located on one of 5 hills. The swan was willing to do that for freedom, which after being locked up was more valuable than the gems or gold. At each of the hills he was put to a test, a trial of sorts. I can't remember them all. He didn't come across any rubies or diamonds, but he did collect a virtue at each point. My grandfather always said a man without virtue was like being in an outhouse with a hornet.
Hunter chuckled. Duke wrinkled his nose. That sounds unpleasant. So did he find the treasure?
The swan stopped at each hill and learned the virtues of charity, humility, kindness, patience, and justice.
Then what? Duke asked.
The swan was free.
Duke leaned in, waiting to find out about the treasure.
According to your great-grandfather, that was the treasure. I'd argue that the Ritchies have collected those treasures, the virtues, and cultivated them many times over. Humility was a big one for me.
Hunter sighed.
Yeah, me too.
Duke held the key they'd found by the old car and held it up to the sky. The cross matched the formation of stars in the sky. The father and son's eyes met as if realizing something at the same time. Duke said,
The stars on the map match the 5 points. Maybe actual treasure isn't hidden there, but perhaps it points to the treasure we've been looking for, pointing west. This message across the top makes a little more sense now, doesn't it? Hunter asked.
Duke read it out loud.
Look at the truth, look in the heart, look to the west.
Chapter 19. Hattie. Hattie didn't think things could get worse. Then Rex Cole had to toss a brick through the front window of Swan's family market. Not only had it smashed the glass and busted up a display of maple syrup, but it had also been raining out, so everything by the window got wet. She plucked pieces of glass from the birdhouses they had for sale on the shelf by the window, tossed the soaked postcards in the trash, and sopped up the rainwater from the tops of local honey for sale. The weight of 1,000 bricks pressed against her shoulders. Why was Rex doing this? Shawnee came in just then. She marched right up to Hattie and hugged her. She sunk into the embrace, a mother's embrace. I had it on good authority you needed one of those. I can't make excuses for my son, but we talked. I can't speak for Rex, if he indeed did this, but I know who you can talk to about whatever troubles are on your heart. Shawnee sat down by the window and clutched Hattie's hands. There is nothing to do about it other than clean up, carry on, and pray. Like Hattie had done with Duke, they prayed. Afterward, her gaze caught on the mustard plants outside, dried up and gone to seed. She thought of the verse from Matthew in the Bible about the strength of faith, even as small as a mustard seed. Her mind traveled from the seeds to the branches with the leaves and all the way down to the roots.
For so long, she felt fragile, like the wind would blow her away. But her roots, her foundation was firm. Her faith, though small, strong. Hattie realized that what she'd been doing before wasn't really prayer. It was more like list-making. She dug in, told God her woes, her fears. She offered it up to him, surrendered. But that didn't mean giving up. She would not let Rex drive her out or scare her off. No, it strengthened her because of her faith in something bigger, stronger, and mightier than people like him. If Rex wants to throw things, I'll stand tall, unmovable, unshakable. He can throw mud, rocks, or bricks. I have God. I have my friends in Smuggler Springs and a market that isn't perfect, but both are home. The two embraced again. Hattie felt her mother's presence, her father's too. She felt love. She'd always wanted to move away, seeking stories and community, but was stuck working for the family business. She already had it. The area was called the Treasure Hills because the community was the true treasure. That night, Hattie finally pulled the little disc out of her broken camera and uploaded the photographs to her computer. There were hundreds. She skipped ahead to her time with Duke. She couldn't bear to look at his handsome face for more than the length of a click. In the background of one photograph taken her first time on the range with him, she noticed a red truck, the same color Rex drove. She didn't spot it when she originally took the shot, but then again the fuzzy blooms of a white mist flower had captured her attention. If Rex had been trespassing on the Ritchie property, they might be able to make a case against him. She sent Amelia the photo in an email, sharing her findings. In moments, she emailed back, thanking her for the info and stating that earlier that day, she discovered that Rex Cole owns the Gas and Go, but he had it masked under a corporate name. That snake, Hattie hissed. Why was he targeting her? Was it because of her affiliation with the Ritchies, or did he see her business as a threat? That last idea stuck with her as she flipped through more photos. Looking at the ones of her and Duke caused tightness in her chest. If Rex was threatened, that meant he had a weak spot, something he wanted to protect. What was it? Amelia had exposed her father's gambling debt and how Rex had helped him pay it off while also blackmailing him. It probably wasn't that. Amelia had commented that Rex likely forged documents claiming the Ritchies had no stake in the land that had been in their family for over 100 years. Her lips parted. She sent Amelia another email, outlining her suspicions. How would Rex know how the state would claim someone's land unless that had happened to his land? The two emailed back and forth, speculating, but soon Hattie grew tired. She had another day at the market coming up and another after that. But instead of looking ahead with dread or fatigue, she considered it another opportunity to bring people together in an authentic way that a place like Gas and Go couldn't achieve with its bland convenience style, fast-paced approach to get customers in and out with little more than a hasty goodbye. The idea of goodbyes, of Duke leaving, stuck with her for the next few days. Part of her wanted to see him, but that would have been like picking at a wound. Aubrey organized a small Halloween party on the last night of the month. She'd gone all out with decorations, including cobwebs, flashing lights, and dripping candles. Despite the spooky decor, she dressed as Cupid. Parker, Amelia, and Leah turned up. The couple dressed as cookies and milk. Amelia wore a big cardboard cookie shape painted with chocolate chips, and Parker had one cut like a cup and painted white. Leah wore a cheerleader costume. Hattie considered dressing as a police officer because she wanted nothing more than to toss Rex Cole in jail for everything he'd done. She wasn't sure he'd ever get the justice he deserved because his wallet was big and his pockets deep. Maybe happily running the market and making it a success was the best revenge. She'd settled on a costume, mostly made of green balloons that looked like a bunch of grapes, pinned over a brown sweater. In addition to the decor, Aubrey had gone all out with fun Halloween-themed snacks. Brownies dotted with orange M&Ms, pretzels coated with chocolate and sprinkles to look like magic wands, and a punch bowl filled with red juice to look like vampire blood filled the table. For the first time in a week, Hattie let herself have fun. She even danced to a Cowboy song that came on the stereo. Too bad she'd never find out what the letters stood for. She stopped mid-groove. Duke said the guys made a pact that they'd only tell their wives what it meant. Did that mean she wanted to marry him? She didn't just have a crush on him. Hattie loved Duke. That much was true. She saw a future with him. If things had been different, and in some alternate universe where maps with stars made sense, where some idiot wasn't trying to ruin her business and her parents were still alive, if Duke had asked her to marry him, she'd say yes. Too bad that wasn't her reality. But the one she lived in wasn't so bad. Things would change. They always did. Not the market, at least not recently, but she was going to fix it up. Her house, too, eventually. She'd provide the same great service, food, and products at Swan's Family Market. But she'd also see through her mother's vision from the binder, and maybe one day a summer give out free ice cream just because she knew it would make her father and everyone else happy. After the party, Hattie helped Aubrey clean up. By then, all her grape balloons had popped, and she looked like she wore a regular outfit. They chatted easily as they always did, but Aubrey seemed especially glum. "Were you hoping someone special was going to show up?" she asked, after having heard about the latest guy she was seeing. "Yeah," Aubrey said absently. "I'm sorry." "Me too, but it'll be okay. I believe that." Hattie had her long-burning crush on Duke, but Aubrey had gone through guys like wood at a sawmill. Maybe the new guy, whoever he was, captured her heart. Hattie knew the feeling. "Want me to stick around a little longer?" she asked as they took out the trash. "Nah, you have to get up early. I'm glad you came. Good to see you smiling again." With a wave, Aubrey went back in the house. Hattie got in the Mustang but hesitated, wondering if she ought to make sure her friend was okay. Just then, the passenger door flew open. Hattie braced herself, ready to get out, worried Rex was attacking her. Instead, she inhaled a cinnamon-sweet scent as a broad-shouldered man with blue eyes and brown hair filled the seat beside her. "Duke?" she asked, even though she knew it was him. "Drive. Keep driving," he said. Her pulse raced. "What are you running from?" "Making a bad decision," he answered. She caught the wrinkle in her brow through the rearview mirror. "What do you mean?" "Leaving you without a proper goodbye or a promise." Confusion made her thoughts fuzzy. He went on. "After this tour, I'll be returning, for good, unless we leave for someplace together." He turned to her as she pulled onto the shoulder of the road. "Hattie, I love you. You are enough. You are valuable. You are a treasure." Her lips parted. She sipped air, shocked and elated and relieved. "I love you too." Finally, saying those words renewed her, shone a light on the truth. "I'm sorry I tried to give back the camera. I'm sorry I didn't fight for us. I was scared. I knew what you leaving would be like, but then I realized, like my parents, I was left with a whole town, a family, a place to call home. I went on faith that if we were meant to be." He clasped her hands. "No, I'm the one that's sorry. I distanced myself because I didn't want to hurt you, but I think I did anyway. I have something to show you. Will you please head toward the ranch?" Hurt, confused, yeah, that sums it up. She got back on the road, heading south. "Not everyone changes, but some people do. I promise I won't run off again. Although I do have a plane ticket to Asia, I also have one for coming back." Hattie pondered what that could mean for them while he told her his plans for building a music studio. That must have meant he was confident Rex wouldn't take the land. She'd have to ask about that later. She drove through the Ritchie Ranch gates. Instead of going to his family homestead, Duke directed her toward the east barn. When they stopped, he led her into a field and took her hands in his, looping his fingers around hers. They were near Lover's Crescent. The stars shone brightly overhead. The Northern Cross was nearly vertical in the sky. Warmth trickled through her.
Hattie, I said I'm coming back. Will you wait for me? No, that didn't come out right. Will you?
Duke lowered onto one knee. Butterflies tickled inside.
Hattie, will you marry me? I vow to be an attentive husband, to build us a home, right here, to love you like you deserve to be loved and never leave you.
She drew him to his feet. Yes, Duke.
Oh, almost forgot.
He dug into his pocket and pulled out a box topped with a bow. It was much smaller than the one containing the camera. Duke opened one side, revealing a slim band set with a sparkling stone, surrounded by a swirl of numerous round pave-set diamonds in a white gold setting. Her eyes grew as big as the full moon hanging overhead.
Hattie, you lassoed this cowboy's heart,
he said, as he slid the ring on her finger. It fit perfectly, and she bounced on her toes before throwing her arms around his neck. She remained in the embrace long enough for a pleasant warmth to fill her, one of security, truth, and love. When they parted, she looked up at him through her thick lashes. His blue eyes twinkled, and he wore a full smile, not the usual lopsided one. Her lips parted. It was a beautiful sight. Then his mouth brushed hers gently, sending the butterflies aflutter with tingles reaching the ends of her limbs. His fingers tangled in her hair.
I cannot wait to take these braids out,
he said in a low growl. Her pulse throbbed, went mad. His lips lifted from hers and explored her jawline, then the little spot behind her ear, before returning promptly to her mouth. She pressed her palm firmly to the back of his neck, drawing him closer. He was leaving, so she wanted to memorize every line, every inch, every plane of this man. The kiss lengthened, deepened. The stars inside exploded. The ones in the sky above may as well have too. She wouldn't have noticed. Hattie was so enwrapped at that moment with Duke, one she'd remember forever, that her surroundings faded. It was just the two of them. She never knew love could be so strong, so rooted. Just as it had started, once more, the kiss turned tender. Duke's lips feathered against hers, and then they parted. Duke, not only are you a country music star and cowboy, but you're a good man, the real McCoy. You could be with anyone. Why me? He tucked his forefinger under her chin, lifting her gaze.
I can't explain love, other than it's a feeling so strong that no matter what, you want the best for that person. It's unconditional. But it's also because you're real. Because when I wake up next to you in 5, 10, 40 years, I will know it's you. I will know you are who you say you are, and weren't with me for the fame, fortune, or any other superficial reason. You're my one true thing, Hattie.
She didn't know what to say, other than whisper a silent thank you to Jesus in her heart. Then words came. I'd consider it an honor to spend the next 5, 10, 40 years proving to you that you're right about me, that you made a good choice. Duke chuckled low and deep.
Let's make it a pact. I'll do the same.
Speaking of pacts, will you tell me what Cowboys stands for?
After we say I do, I sure will.
When are you coming back again?
February. Shall we plan a Valentine's Day wedding?
She giggled. Aubrey will love that.
Will you?
Duke asked. It will be one of the best days of my life.
When were the others?
One of them was when you showed up in town again. None of this would have happened if you hadn't been hungry for a turkey sandwich. They both laughed.
Thanks for filling me in on what I'd missed around town.
What was that?
What it's like to be home. You're home to me, Hattie. Just as much the market, the ranch, and the homestead.
Well, thanks for sticking up for me to Donna.
Thanks for...
He broke off. She recalled that first night when he'd stopped himself from saying more.
Thanks for being real, being you, not acting like anyone other than yourself.
She smiled. Likewise.
I'll have to train myself up while I'm gone, prepare for marriage, remember to put the toilet seat down, throw my socks in the laundry basket and not next to it. What will you do besides miss me?
She groaned. Don't remind me. It'll be a tough 3 months. I'm going to get the Swan family market humming along. Everything I need to know is in my mother's 3-ring binders. The formula for success. The market may not be the fall fair, but I'm going to make it a destination people will be excited to visit. Locals and tourists alike. Never mind the gas and go. She told him how Amelia discovered Rex owned it. Standing under the stars, Duke told her all about his discovery of the stars on the map, corresponding to the 5 points.
We've been using metal detectors and digging all week. Nothing yet, but I do still have this key.
He waved it and sighed.
A mystery yet to be solved. But I know one sure thing, Hattie. You have the key to my heart.
And you have my head, my heart, and my hands. My intelligence and discernment, my love and skills. I'll help you guys figure it out.
I love you, Henrietta Hope Swan.
She giggled. Did Aubrey tell you my full name?
He nodded. I was going to go to the party, but we got caught late out on the range trying to find that treasure.
That explains why she was acting funny tonight. By the way, you can call me Mrs. Ritchie in 107 days.
Already counting down?
Hattie nodded and closed the space between them. Oh, and I love you too. Their lips met in another kiss that was as big and bright as the moon. This has been Lassoing the Cowboy's Heart, Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance Series Book 2 by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2020. Narrated by Lorana Hupps. Audio copyright 2022.
I hope you enjoyed Hattie and Duke's Opposites Attract love story. If so, please give it a thumbs up and comment below. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you're the first to hear about all the sweet and swoony activity we have going on here. Be sure to tune in to the 3rd book in the Ritchie romance series, Trusting the Cowboy's Heart, where you will find the mystery resolves. Last but not least, be sure to check out the other 5 books in the series. They are available as ebook and paperback and hopefully soon to be audiobook. Thanks again for listening, and I will see you between the pages.